Just don't.
I hear voice, I hear voice. I hear voice, I hear voice. I hear voice, I hear voice. I hear voice, I hear voice.
You just don't know what I'll do to you.
Now this be the big play, double payback. When I come through, I crack sacrophiliacs. Step to the mic, the girls cry like onions, cause they know I'm about to stomp their favorite rapper out like Bunyan. And the procedure for fades, break, dreads, afros, and seasons, I'm putting rappers in seizures. Rolling back, I drop just freely like an almanac. I gotta come outside with the 9 and take my style back. We act like a solar reflex and paragraph. Roll up fat tracks with illy, Philly skillies that I have. To see a smile up on your face, I make the bass and wreck the place. Niggas know the case, I'll be on the paper tape. Call my name and I'll come running, gunning. All y'all bumming niggas won't get gunning. Shit, I keep it tight like Kid and Michael Knight. Keep Murray and Tuttle, y'all, on the remix. Word up.
In the middle of the day, babe, I seem to think of only you.
I hear voice.
Yeah, never thinking for a moment that you've been thinking of me too. Yeah, I can't wait for the day that we can be together. I can't let you walk away. Hello? Can you play that song remix? You and me were meant to be your baby, and there's nothing left to say. What you do to me, our love was meant to be. What you doing to me? I was meant to be. Every time I see you,
Remix.
I get this.
You just don't.
I hear voice, I hear voice. I hear voice, I hear voice. I hear voice, I hear voice. I hear voice.
You just don't know what I'll do to you.
Now this be the big play, double payback. When I come through, I crack sacrophiliacs. Step to the mic, the girls cry like onions, cause they know I'm about to stomp their favorite rapper out like Bunyan. And the procedure for fades, break, dreads, afros, and seasons, I'm putting rappers in seizures. Rolling back, I drop just freely like an almanac. I gotta come outside with the 9 and take my style back. We act like a solar reflex and paragraph. Roll up fat tracks with illy, Philly skillies that I have. To see a smile up on your face, I make the bass and wreck the place. Niggas know the case, I'll be on the paper tape. Call my name and I'll come running, gunning. All y'all bumming niggas won't get gunning. Shit, I keep it tight like Kid and Michael Knight. Keep Murray and Tuttle, y'all, on the remix. Word up.
In the middle of the day, babe, I seem to think of only you.
I hear voice.
Yeah, never thinking for a moment that you've been thinking of me too. Yeah, I can't wait for the day that we can be together. I can't let you walk away. Hello? Can you play that song remix? You and me were meant to be your baby, and there's nothing left to say. What you do to me, our love was meant to be. What you do to me, what you doing to me, our love was meant to be. Every time I see you,
Remix.
I get this.
You just don't.
I hear voice, I hear voice. I hear voice, I hear voice. I hear voice, I hear voice. I hear voice.
You just don't know what I'll do to you.
Now this be the big play, double payback. When I come through, I crack sacrophiliacs. Step to the mic, the girls cry like onions, cause they know I'm about to stomp their favorite rapper out like Bunyan. And the procedure for fades, break, dread, afros, and seasons. I'm putting rappers in seizures. Rolling back, I drop just freely like an almanac. I gotta come outside with the nine and take my style back. We act like a solar reflects some paragraphs. Roll up fat tracks with illy, silly skillies that I have. To see a smile up on your face, I make the bass and wreck the place. Niggas know the case, I'll be on the paper tape. Call my name and I come running, gunning. All y'all bumming niggas won't get gunning. Shit, I keep it tight like Kid and Michael Knight. Keep Murray and Tuttle, y'all, on the remix. Word up.
In the middle of the day, babe, I seem to think of only you.
I hear voice.
Yeah, never thinking for a moment that you've been thinking of me too. Yeah, I can't wait for the day that we can be together. I can't let you walk away. Hello? Can you play that song remix? You and me were meant to be your baby, and there's nothing left to say. What you do to me, our love was meant to be. What you doing to me? I was meant to be. Every time I see you,
Remix.
I get this.
Just on
I hear voice. 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 I hear voice.
Well, welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Doll, and co-host of Frontline Black News, and a regular contributor to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Don't mind me. It's like weird right now with the weather. Kind of got the sniffles. Anyway, welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda, the RVA. Got a lot to cover, I guess. It's been a minute. As usual, I go 2-3 weeks, something like that, before I do a show. I've been really sick, so you gotta forgive me, family. Y'all know I got a really messed up heart. So all this weight gain and stuff, it's just water on my heart, and it's sometimes it's beneficial to keep the water there, so I don't feel any pain from my heart. And other times it's it's detrimental. So we got a lot to cover. We got a lot of stuff going on in the news, and I want to talk about a lot of things. I don't know if Brother Shay will join me or not. We're in the midst of chopping it up, and may have a caller call in. So we'll see what happens. It's supposed to be a really heavy weekend anyway. I don't even know where to start. Heavy week. Like I said, I've been really sick. Really sick. And if you guys have been following Frontline Black News, then you guys see me more often there. So, and you guys know how sick I've been. It's been crazy, politics, it's just he's running for mayor. It's getting heavy. Kind of boring, actually. Really, I've been super busy with, getting stuff ready for him to do this. He has an event coming up on Sunday, and kind of got derailed a little bit. It was already planned out, and then all of a sudden it's was a piggyback off of one event, and it turns into just solo dolo thing, which is cool. because it just shows where everybody's mindset is. At the end of the day, and I wasn't digging that. So I makes I just not digging that shit. You know, I'm not. I'm one of those people that you say one thing, stick with it. You know what I mean? That's all you got is your word. When you stick with your shit. If you say something, do it. You know what I mean? There's none of this half stepping shit. You gotta deal with that. And it just kind of really, really, truly frustrates me. Um, like I said, it just shows where everybody's mindset is at the end of the day. And I'm one digging it. I don't do that shit. I really don't. I say something, I do it, keep in alignment with it. You know what I mean? No half stepping, none of that shit. Period. And so, you know, as we carry on, um, we have an event coming up on Sunday, and it'll be all right. Let's pray. I don't say let's pray. No, we ain't gonna pray. It's gonna be all right. Everybody's making these little comments about myself, like, shh, it's gonna be okay. 'Cause you got me. If anything, on the energy that makes things go. So it will be tight. Um, I've been working on his stuff a little bit, helping him because it's says it takes a village. Sometimes it takes a village, and that's where we're at. Where it takes a village to get things done. It really does. It's crazy. Politics. Politics is crazy for a person like me who doesn't know shit about any of that. So all this reading and stuff is hella informative. So I think it really got me into loops of current events. So I really like current events. So me and Brother Che used to dialogue about you gotta do this, da, 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 da. You gotta throw a little history, blah 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 blah. And I was like, nah, no, I do what I want to do. So no, my little ladybug keeps falling down. I was like, no, I want to do current events, like right now, right now. So we used to beef about that a little bit here and there, little competitive, little conversations about who's right, who's wrong, And personally, I just like current events. Like, why not? Just stay current. You know what I mean? Hold on a sec. I think the chills, family. You got a bad heart. Your heart's like your ecosystem is all off balance. So my ecosystem is like hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. Moody, hot, cold, hot, cold. High blood pressure, hot, cold, hot, cold. Stressed. There's always something, you know what I mean? So we got a lot to talk about. I'd say his race is he's running his race. Yeah, right. Not really studying anybody right now. Like, I think healthy a little healthy shit talking is good here and there. You know what I mean? So everybody, like, when you think about it, like when you're a good guy, you always gotta have a nemesis. And you gotta have an arch enemy. Neither the two are alike, you know what I mean? A nemesis and an arch enemy. So the lines have been clearly, drawn out, and then at the end of the day, everybody just wants to be peaceful. So we're gonna be peaceful. Because it doesn't behoove us to not. So we're gonna be peaceful for a little bit. And it kind of said I was just gonna, simmer down on my shit talking, which is kind of like hard, but nobody's done anything really too off-brand as of late. So you know, I can always get back into it. It's a matter of when, Nobody's done anything too terrible. Do not like nobody stealing my motherfucking talking points. So that right there That right there will get a knock on the door, and the dog will be at your crib, talking about where my bread at, because that's what I do on the street. So if I do that on the street, what do you think I'm capable of? You hear me? I knock on your door. Where my money at? You hear it? Talking my words. You know what I mean? Don't like that. And trust to believe, I got the beautiful beat footage to roll that track back, so I could tell, what is mine and what isn't. And I share my thoughts with the mate. That's different. It's not really thievery. It's like on loan. You know what I mean? For the betterment of something. But when it come out of a Mark's mouth, that's a different subject. Then I want my bread. Yeah, like that's not, no, you gonna run that. You know what I mean? I don't ask. There's not gonna be any asking. This is be like, yeah, you said this right here, this time, this here, da da da. Run me my bread. Should ask about it. I'm gonna tell you, I do taxes and repos in the street. That's a homeless thing, like a street thing. You know what I mean? Taxes and repos, meaning you come take something from me, I'm gonna come get it. I'm gonna come get it back. Simple as that. Just no fear. I got no fear about that. So it works the same thing as like words and stuff too. I'll be like, yeah, you gonna run me my money. You're gonna go ahead and run me that. Run that. Don't even be shy. Matter of fact, add another 10 on top of that. Just for principle. Because I had to come all this way. Seriously. Power is taking. Not given and not asked for. So, to self, boys and girls, you want something, go get it. You know what I mean? You want something, go get it. Take it. Why not? Who's going to stop you? And really, would you let them? Just a question. Would you let somebody stop you? I say, I gotta look at this, see what I'm doing. What are you doing, Ready? Pouring myself a drink. The villain said to drink, drink like a lady. Okay. Apparently, it bothered the villain. I'm gonna have my own personal 2 liter, just fucking take it to the face. I don't even notice sometimes I be doing that shit. It bothered her. That was crazy. Yeah, she was upset. Lately, the villain's been moody, so it is what it is. No, so back to this conversation that we're having at hand. No, boys and girls, you want something? Go get it. You know what I mean? If it's yours, take it. Why not? Why not? Take it. You want a certain place in life? Take it. Who's gonna stop you? That's the question. Would you really let them stop you? Now ask me. No, I want that. Taking it. Who's gonna stop me? Okay. Am I gonna let you stop me? Fuck no. Sit it down, move out the way. This is mine. You hear me? Why? Cause I said so. Just the way I operate. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just, so I think when people, like living in abandoned houses, but you could defend it, somebody caught you squatting in the crib, please knock on your door, pa 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 pa. They're like, what are you doing here? You gotta leave. We're gonna make you leave. Okay. Let's scary cracky. if I could defend it, I should be able to keep it, right? That's my thought. Because they were doing that. They were doing that somewhere in California. Like, this whole family stayed over, like, Four Coast house. And just out there, just buck like this. Like, I'll just show you right now. Oh my God. It's out there, buck. Like, what? Okay. You gonna do what now? All right. Just, if you could defend it, it touch you and your friend. You know what I mean? Yeah, you could defend it. You should be able to keep it, right? So, at this point in time, what if the world really came to that point? You know what I mean? Motherfuckers just don't want to be outside no more, and they just take over a motherfucking abandoned spot. All right, shit's cold out there sometimes, you know. I'm like, all right, well, where you gotta move, we're gonna make you leave. Okay, shit. Move time to shake something. Shit. Let me see. You know what I mean? And then what? If I defend it, I should be able to keep it, right? It means turn around and get back in your motherfucking whip. Toodles, ta for now. Claimed. Mine. Claimed. By. It's simple. Basics, you know what I mean? That's a little radical. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Perhaps it's just that type of action that needs to happen sometimes, you know? It's too bad you can't just go in like politics and just take over some shit. Sorry. You have been doing a shit job. I would like you to vacate this seat. I'm gonna sit here right now and just manage this shit for a little bit. Yeah, complaint box right outside the door. Give me about, I don't know, 2 weeks. I'll have somebody read that shit and we're gonna crumble it up and start trash can fire in the back. Yeah, you're like, fuck you. This is what needs to happen. Nah, they don't want to do that. It's all this propaganda. Sorry. I did learn this week that the police run everything. That's the disclaimer, children. I learned that this week, that when the police are upset and they don't want certain things to happen, they make motherfucking a point to let shit be upset. And so rules change, bills change, policies change. They seem to get more money without the public really knowing. It's crazy. So the police, what I've gathered from reading between the lines and just looking at the whole situation, just being a logical, analytical thinker and actually listening to the words that are coming out of people's mouths. Yeah, the police are really in charge of a lot of shit. Probably police have more power than you would think everybody else. And it's designed for that. It's written in everything like that. Everything, statutes, policies, rules, legislation, the charter, everything. And that shit is driving me crazy. Because, you know, here at the Revolutionary Agenda, we believe in punishing the police thoroughly. Thoroughly. Not this holding accountability type shit and reform and more education and none of that shit. Nah, man, no. Mm-mm. You gotta get punished. You gotta be punished too. You gotta be punished. Shit, everybody else goes to jail. Why can't you? I mean, shit, everybody else gets punished. Why can't you? You're not. You're just a regular person, regardless of the uniform or the badge. And you're just shielded by word salad. That's really what it is. You're shielded by word salad, and obviously the system of racism and white supremacy. That's what it is. You're just a cloud. You're just in an invisible cloak of word salad. You're just like everybody else. Once you take that shit off, you know what I mean? You're just some country fed, corn fed motherfucking supremacist. You need to be punished. The end of the day. So, you know, um, so much has happened in the news. So much to talk about. So much to talk about in our city. We're here in Denver. Here, I would say representing the small little black portion of the web, of the internet. I say that because there's not very many uh, um, content creators, I would say. I decided I wanted to go and wanted to do make some goals for myself. And as soon as I make a goal, man, my brother gives me the reality of you need this and you need that and you need this and you need that. I'm like, God damn it. You need to be accredited. You need to blah 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 blah. I'm like, it's just when you thought, you know what I mean? Just when you thought anybody could do anything. Yeah, You find out that you gotta do this, and this, and this, and this, and this. And it's like, fuck, I don't want to do any of that shit. That shit's gonna take too long. Right now, this is very important. The message needs to get out. So, you know, there's not very many of us out here in Colorado or in Denver anyway, that have that are content creators for the new black media, which is very, very serious. Strong, heavy, 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 heavy hitters. Um, where we push their the agenda. We push the black agenda hard, very hard, very hard, and have been for a while. Um, so here we're just staying unapologetic, very unapologetic, and we don't know yet, family. We're at war. We're at war. We're at war. We're at war. And we're at war. So we're gonna talk about a lot of things here tonight. While killing time, because we do have Frontline Black News coming on at 10 o'clock. So that should be fun. And who knows what Mr. Nkrumah has lined up for us. Surely it's going to be like 1,800 topics. So I'm really kidding. Let's see what he's saying. Hold on a second. Let's see what the old man is saying. Look right here. Yep. So Frontline Black News coming on. Why? That's what I'm talking about, man. All right. Let's talk about this real quick, family, since it's on my brain. Never mind. I don't even want to talk about it. That's just gonna go on my little special editions of Black Love. mm, 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 mm. I tell you, family. I tell you. I tell you what. Anyway, let's carry on. So we're not gonna have Mr. Nkrumah on. All right, let's carry on, family. Let's see. Put up this disclaimer. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see. All right, put up this disclaimer. I'm not answering that, family, because it's probably some old bullshit. Subway, things just become Mm, that's it. It's just mad head shakes and nods, and it would just be so much easier. So much easier. Anyway, moving along. Okay, I got the disclaimer up. Let's see. Where do I want to go first? All right. And I'm going to roll this track back a little bit. We're going to talk about the Roe versus Wade nonsense. And we're gonna watch a couple of videos. And I'm gonna share my views on this subject and how I feel about it. You were pro Black life, and there are some concessions. With the understanding of the basic elementary rules of why a person would have to have an abortion. There's circumstances. Fucking circumstances. But you don't get no fucking pass when you free dicking it and shit. You know what I mean? You just don't want to have a baby, and it's gonna ruin my life and my college career and this extra shit, man. Like, and back to shirt. Jesse, we're doing this build like every week somewhere. It's to help him, with his politics and whatnot. Okay. And I think for like the last, I don't know what happened this week, but the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it's all they've been talking about is this shit right here. This motherfucking abortion shit. Okay? That's all they've been talking about. And I had some shit I wanted to say. I don't often get a chance to speak on that. My sister got to talk on it one day, and shit, that was it. I didn't get a chance. Because my thoughts, I would have kept it pretty fucking real. But, I don't say but. I say this because in that build, you had motherfuckers in there talking about, both men and women, that they had to have a situation like that. They had to rid themselves of a situation and put it like that. Because, they just started college, and it was going to ruin their college and their aspirations, and yet nothing happened. Like, they didn't go anywhere after that. They just kept. It's not like they had a major motherfucking career move or anything like that. They just, you know what I mean? My eyes, you was just free dicking and shit, and you didn't want to protect yourself. You got knocked up. I can't have that. That's whack. You know what I mean? Like, I can't even get down like that. And this has been going on for a long fucking time. You know what I mean? And it's like willingly. Our numbers are like blah 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 blah. Make it make sense. And we live in Colorado, so people are gonna be coming here to avoid prosecution in their own motherfucking states for having an abortion. It affects everybody. It affects men too. And I was listening to this shit for like 2 weeks in a row. Men and how they felt decades later. You know what I mean? I was just like, oh, heavy shit, very heavy, very 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 heavy. And I was just looking, and then motherfuckers talking about trans pregnancies and trans. I can't say the words. Trans. Wow. That I don't even know how that's possible, but trans pregnancies and expelling of said pregnancies. Trying to. There's one broad said Cuz. It's like she told Disney, she's like, I don't want you to get on my page. Et cetera, trans, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, what kind of fuckery is this? What? Everybody's talking, what kind of fuckery is this lady talking about? So much in the world going on and so much we didn't know about. And then you dig a little deeper, it's like motherfucking I people who identify differently having families. I didn't know. I didn't know. That's like so much. It's just like the man, woman, boy, girl. Like so much. There's so much in the world. Like it's just fucking utter fucking madness, family. Utter madness. Let's put it that way. So much. I can't. So much. Not that I'm just. It's just Generation X, man. Like when I say Generation X is like I'm a black and white thinker. Black and white, analytical, realistic thinker. This chair is hella uncomfortable. All right, let's get to it. Let's talk about this Roe versus Wade madness. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if I got this right. Huh. Okay, got the fair use up. It's Democracy Now. I like Democracy Now. And I'm always talking about this lady right here. We're gonna touch base on a whole bunch of crazy stuff today. Let's see.
Since the May 24th massacre at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, when an 18-year-old gunman killed 19 fourth graders and 2 teachers. Just 10 days before,
my bad.
a white
We're gonna talk about this
18-year-old wearing body armor, carrying an assault rifle, opened fire on a supermarket in the heart of Buffalo, New York's African-American community, killing 10 people. Of the 13 shoppers and store workers shot in the assault, 11 were black. In response, thousands of people took to the streets across the country to continue to demand the Biden administration enact federal gun control laws. Well, on Thursday, the U.S. Senate approved a bipartisan gun safety bill by a vote of 65 to 33. It's the first time in decades the Senate agreed to new gun legislation. This is Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
This is not a cure-all for all the ways gun violence affects our nation, but it is a long overdue step in the right direction. Passing this gun safety bill is truly significant, and it's going to save lives.
Measures in the bill include expanded background checks for people under the age of 21 and financial incentives for states to pass red flag laws. The Senate bill, however, does not include a number of gun control initiatives that were included in a recent bill approved by House Democrats, which aimed to ban the sale of large capacity magazines and raise the minimum age to purchase an assault weapon from 18 to 21. The Buffalo and Uvalde gunmen were both 18 years old. The Democratic-led House is expected to take up the bill today to send to President Biden's desk. The Senate's vote came just hours after the Supreme Court struck down a century-old New York law that limited the carrying of concealed handguns outside the home. The court's ruling, 6-3. 5 other states have similar laws that are now in jeopardy: California, Hawaii, Maryland, Massachusetts, and New Jersey. In the majority opinion, Justice Clarence Thomas wrote the Second Amendment, quote, protects an individual's right to carry a handgun for self-defense outside the home. The ruling is seen as a major setback for gun control efforts following the recent mass shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde. New York Governor Kathy Hochul blasted the ruling.
This decision isn't just reckless, it's reprehensible. It's not what New Yorkers want. And we should have the right of determination of what we want to do in terms of our gun laws in our state.
Retiring Justice Stephen Breyer wrote in his dissent, quote, many states have tried to address some of the dangers of gun violence just described by passing laws that limit in various ways who may purchase, carry, or use firearms of different kinds. The court today severely burdens states' efforts to do so, unquote. Meanwhile, Supreme Court lawyer and former U.S. Acting Solicitor General Neil Katyal tweeted, going to be very weird if Supreme Court ends a constitutional right to obtain an abortion next week, saying it should be left to the states to decide, right after it just imposed a constitutional right to concealed carry of firearms, saying it cannot be left to the states to decide. Well, for more, we're joined in New York by Mark Joseph Stern, senior writer at Slate, covering the U.S. Supreme Court, federal appellate, district, state, and local courts. His latest piece is headlined, Clarence Thomas's Maximalist Second Amendment ruling is a nightmare for gun control. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Mark. So can you just lay out this ruling for us?
Yes. So Justice Clarence Thomas's opinion for the court really works a revolution in Second Amendment law. It declares that any restriction on the right to self-defense is presumptively unconstitutional, and that the only way a state can save its gun restriction is if it can pinpoint some historical analog that not only existed, but was common in either 1791, when the Second Amendment was ratified, or 1868, when the 14th Amendment was ratified, applying the Second Amendment to the states. Of course, those were very different times from today. To give one example, there were not subways back then. And so when states look to, say, limit the carrying of guns on subways, they will now be severely burdened, if not totally disarmed, so to speak, because they cannot look back to history to satisfy Thomas's new and very stringent test.
So explain where what the maximalist stance of Clarence Thomas is.
So Justice Thomas writes that the Second Amendment is different from other rights in that the courts cannot look at the real world impact of gun violence when assessing the legality of gun restrictions. This is very different from every other right. When we look at free speech, the right against unreasonable searches, the court always balances interests. It asks whether the government has a compelling interest, whether it has tailored its restriction to further that interest, and it looks at how the government's actions have actually addressed the problem that it seeks to solve. In this decision, Clarence Thomas says all of that is off the table in Second Amendment cases. Judges are simply prohibited from considering any kind of empirical evidence about how gun restrictions or gun laws have an effect on the real world, including whether certain gun laws happen to protect our communities and individuals from gun violence. He says that's irrelevant to the Constitution. It doesn't matter if these laws save lives or not. All that matters is whether a state can prove that the framers of the Second or 14th Amendment would have green-lighted that law. And if you can't kind of hold a seance with those framers and prove to Clarence Thomas's satisfaction that they would have been okay with what you're trying to do, then your gun law will be struck down by the federal judiciary.
Talk about what the New York law, the century-old New York law, was.
So the New York law restricted who could carry a concealed weapon in public places and held that in order to get such a permit, you had to show some kind of heightened need for self-defense. You couldn't just say, I'm scared of other people and want to be able to shoot them if they attack me. You had to show that, for instance, you had a stalker, you were a victim of abuse. And that's very similar to other states' laws like California, like Maryland, near where I live. But in this decision, Clarence Thomas said, well, those laws are historical anomalies. And in fact, for much of American history, individuals have had a guaranteed right to carry firearms in public that the government cannot take away without a very good, compelling reason. To support that argument, he cherry-picked a lot of history and actually ignored a number of data points that show that in the 18th century and 19th century, American states restricted guns a lot more than we usually assume today. If you entered a town in the American West carrying a gun, you may well have been kicked out. If you tried to carry a gun in the streets of a city when the Constitution was ratified, you may well have been arrested. But Thomas is not a real historian. He is an amateur. And so he deploys this kind of dilettante analysis to exclude every single fact that's not convenient for his conclusion and only focus on those states that had more liberal gun laws and use those to leverage against New York's current law, which, as you said, is a century old, to claim that it's an anomaly and cannot stand under the Second Amendment.
So can you talk now about what this means? We're talking about 5 other states who have similar laws to New York, and the irony of this coming on the very day that the Senate, which does not want to pass any gun control, at least the Republicans do not, in the Senate, did pass very limited gun control legislation.
Well, it feels like one step forward, 2 steps back to me. I think that the Senate bill is very good for what it does. It's important to increase scrutiny of gun buyers under 21 who are statistically far more likely to commit violent crime. It's good to increase incentives for red flag laws. But there is also a lot of evidence that shows that more permissive concealed carry regimes, like the one that the Supreme Court just forced on New York, lead to an increase in gun homicides and an increase in overall violence within a state. There is, meanwhile, essentially no evidence that these permissive concealed carry laws protect individuals from violence or help victims of crimes. You can seek out individual anecdotes in which someone used a gun to protect themselves, but if you look at the broader level, if you look at the state population, individuals are far more likely to be murdered with a concealed weapon for no good reason than they are to protect themselves with one. So while I think the Senate bill will certainly save lives, I think the Supreme Court's decision will cost lives. And it's especially sad because states like New York, Hawaii, Maryland are doing a lot of good in tackling gun violence. And this decision just withdraws from the public sphere, from the democratic debate, one of the single most important tools that a state previously had to reduce the rates of gun homicides within its borders.
Finally, Mark, before we go, I mean, gun control, lifting the gun ban and imposing an abortion ban, essentially, are the 2 big cases everyone's looking for. But there have been other rulings. Can you talk about the piece you wrote about in your piece headline, Alito's attack on Miranda warnings is worse than it seems?
Yeah, so Justice Alito's opinion for the court in this decision held that receiving Miranda warnings, the right to remain silent, the right to have a lawyer, we've all seen it on TV and crime shows, that right is not actually rooted in the Constitution and that it is a court-made right. And so when it is violated, victims have no redress. They cannot sue in court. They cannot seek some kind of remedy, even if they are wrongfully convicted on the basis of a Miranda violation. And his opinion contains language that suggests that the court may outright overrule the Miranda decision from 1965. If the court takes that step, it will usher in a new era of coerced and involuntary confessions, many of which are unreliable or outright false, and knock down one of the few remaining safeguards that protects criminal suspects from abusive and coercive tactics when they're taken into custody and interrogated.
Mark Joseph Stern, I want to thank you so much for being with us. Senior writer at Slate, and we'll link to the pieces that you write there. Next up, the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the Capitol reveals new details about Donald Trump's efforts to subvert the 2020 elections. Stay with us.
All right. Fuck. All right. So it just keeps getting heavier and heavier. Let's see. Oh, hi, Juju. Are you still in here? I didn't know you was in here. Yeah. I don't know if you was in here or not. I'm over here just going through it over here personally and all kinds of just going through it. All right, now let's see if we get to where I was trying to go with this shit. Let me see. Okay. Let's see. There's so much going on. Okay. I had to get all up on the. I had to get up on the. All right, next one. Since we're talking about the gun thing, let's go right here. This is important too. Commercials. Let's see. Hey, hold on a second. My eyes like. Hold on. This could be good. Okay, yeah, no, this is, I see anybody. It's like I be watching the chat and it's important, guys. So you gotta watch this. Oh man, I was over there in
I just bought
Lex's
an
room.
underwire bra, and
Lex's
I can't
chat.
wait to get home and take it off.
And
Oh my god, I have got to show you the most amazing product.
Wait,
doing a
Sabermate?
battles,
Women are
like
obsessed
rap
with
battles.
this bra.
He was talking about women doing it. The
What's
girls.
going on, everybody? Welcome to the
Hold on a
Touring Your
second.
Rain Reloaded channel. If you
And
are
I was
new,
like,
make sure you go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Also have that bell click
Okay, hold on, Dorian.
so you can be notified every time I upload a
Damn, pause. But he was talking about it, and he was like, we should get the girls to, do it, blah 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 blah. He said, anybody want to battle, Miss Witty Wreath? I was like, shh, I'll take that Pepsi challenge. Not to battle though. I don't battle her personally, yeah. But I do have some bomb ass ideas. I got 53 beats to. I got some ideas, which I think would be pretty tight because nobody knows what the doll has in store. The doll got all kinds of talents. So, and plus, it's like, yeah, we of course need some diss tracks going on. So, I was gonna run some crazy ass little ideas by her. You know what I mean? It's like we don't have to battle each other. Let's just pick a topic or a target. And I got some beats. She got some rhymes, and I think we can make it work. I've been practicing, dude. You don't know. My class sessions be going hard when I'm by myself. Especially like when I'm be taking the bus and shit. I'm gonna be listening to beats and talking mad shit. The bus stop laughing and stuff by myself. I have no idea. Alright, let's get into it. Let's see. Hopefully you can see this. Okay.
new video or go
Shout
live.
out for you.
Also, be sure to like, comment, share this content on your various social media platforms.
Shout out to Tareen.
Now, before I actually get into this, I have to give a shout out to Professor Black Truth and the 1LVZ because before I even get into it, I'm recording this video on June 6, 2022. So it's
part of the
interesting how things just kind of line up. The 1LVZ did a video. It was like a short video about almost 2 minutes long where he was talking about how CNN and probably other mainstream media networks are trying to paint this picture that mass shooters are starting to become a little bit more melanated or more darker, I should say, to say that more blacker. That's what they're trying to do. Then how interesting, like an hour later, Professor Black Truth's Moment of Truth actually touched on that same exact topic where he, went into it a little bit further.
Right. He did.
And now I come across this article that was sent to me on Twitter where you have this individual by Blake Masters, who I've never heard of before. Some of you may know who he is. And based on some of the pictures, it looks like he's frequented Fox News on a few occasions to go visit Tucker Carlson. That tells you all you need to know right there.
Exactly.
Where he has
That
blamed
motherfucking Tucker
gun
Carlson
violence
is just a mad
on
motherfucking
black
racist,
people.
period.
In other words, what he's trying to say is that the reason why there's so many mass shootings is because of black people. In a nutshell.
There's war of black
But I'm
people
gonna read
really
this
gotta
article
end.
from the Daily Beast, and it's gonna go into
This
even
narrative
more
is
of his
stupid.
propagandized narrative. Tech investor and Arizona Republican Senate hopeful Blake Masters acknowledges that the United States has a gun violence problem, but he also has a theory about why there's a problem. It's quote unquote black people, frankly. Those are his words. Masters boiled the issue down in an April 11th interview on the Jeff Oravits Show podcast, telling the host that we do have a gun violence problem in this country, and it's gang violence. Now, keep in mind, he did this interview on April 11th. This was over a month before what happened in Buffalo and Uvalde, Texas.
That's creepy.
Let's just keep that in mind. So apparently, whenever there's a mass shooting, even when the mass shooting is not conducted by that of a black person, it's still black people's fault, according to him.
Accordingly.
And not even just according to him, according to many other people with that same mindset.
Yep.
It's people in Chicago, of course he went there, St. Louis, shooting each other very often, black people, frankly. So now he's transcended it to quote unquote black on black crime for the reason why there's so many mass shootings, even when black people aren't even involved. This is his mindset right here. Y'all, we're getting a peek inside the Dub S mind, even though we kind of already know what many of them think, because they very rarely go off script.
They stay on code.
And the Democrats don't want to do anything about that. It's unclear why Masters has pushed the baseless great replacement conspiracy theory narrative, felt compelled to single out black people. Moments earlier in the interview, during a discussion about Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation hearings, Masters told Oravits that most Americans just want to stop obsessing about race all the time, adding that the left's biggest tool in their toolkit is just to divide people on the basis of race, and that's really messed up.
Know it. Here I'm in Denver, so
this guy went from
white supremacy passes whatsoever.
Well, he started off with talking about how the left is dividing people by race and all that stuff,
racist,
to saying that mass shootings are linked because of gang violence involving black people. He literally just contradicted himself all in one sitting.
Jesse is running for mayor, and I gotta be.
And he talked out of both sides of his neck.
White people don't ever look at me. They don't speak to me. They don't like me. They don't talk to me. They don't give me no fucking passes.
He went from
they don't treat me nicely.
The left is dividing us by race to doing exactly what he accused the quote unquote left of doing.
6-7 minutes,
and this guy's a quote unquote Republican.
Good morning. Hi. Hey, hi.
That's why I said
they
left
just look
wing,
at me. They look down.
Right
they don't even look at me. They don't acknowledge. No universal
liberal,
nod. No
Democrat,
handshake. No fucking
Republican
are
literally
nothing.
all linked in with each other, especially when it comes to how they deal with black people.
Silence.
And he probably didn't even catch that he contradicted himself. Because that's how much of an idiot he is.
Good morning. How are you? Hey, sweetheart.
Republicans frequently cite urban gang violence most often in Chicago in attempts to tap out the gun control debate. While the redirections are often as misleading as their cliches,
nah, they don't
Meet
show
Suvi,
the doll no
the
love.
magical all-in-one countertop
cool
kitchen robot.
The doll don't show them
Suvi
no
saves
love
you
at
time.
all. I look at them like
they are cliche. Those officials aren't always as forthright as Masters about the
just
racial
like they
undertones.
think like
but Masters, whom the white nationalist website Videre feted last year as an immigration patriot, was quite clear about his vision of two Americas.
My brother said, white people can always tell. It doesn't matter how light a person is. White people can always tell a black person, and they treat them accordingly. He told me that the other day. I was like, huh. And that's the fucking truth.
After pinning gun violence on gangs and black people and saying falsely that Democratic administrations don't want to do anything about gang shootings, the Stanford-educated libertarian went on to complain to Oravits that gun control efforts target law-abiding people like you and me. When they ban ghost guns and pistol braces, that's all about disarming law-abiding people like you and me. Mm-hmm. And that's what it's all about, Masters said, referencing government efforts to crack down on the search and privately made untraceable firearms. They care that we can't have guns to defend ourselves.
Right.
I'm only going to assume that the person he was talking to was another PC individual. When he says you and me, he's referring to white people.
Right.
I'm going to be honest. If gun control was only regulated to black people and just black people, a lot of the people that's getting up in arms about it would be okay with it. If they could just use gun control to disarm black people only, then they would be okay with it. But they know that they can't be okay with it because the whole gun control thing does not just get limited to black people. It's on everybody. That's why that's one of the reasons why they're against it. But if it could only be against black people, they would be all for it. People like him would be all for it. I'm just being completely honest. That's the vibe that I'm getting from him just based on what I'm reading here in the quotes that he's giving. These are his words. Like I can read through the code speak. When he said you and me, I know exactly what he's talking about.
Right.
A lot of them do not want to see black people armed and defending themselves.
Hell no, they don't. They don't want to see us armed or defending ourselves. They don't want to see us standing up. They don't want to see us.
How come every time
anything.
you think it is when a black person defends themselves, they escalate it to something to make it seem like they weren't defending themselves?
Right.
Like it was intentional.
Like you just come over there and starting shit, causing problems and whatnot.
And I'm actually going to stop reading right there because then it starts to go into his background, and really I don't care much about his background. I just want to focus on this particular part right here. But this guy had the nerve to blame the shootings that's happening with mass shootings on black people or on quote unquote gang violence, as if black people are the only ones in gangs or the only gangs in America are just black ones.
Right.
See what I mean?
Right.
Mainstream media and people like this guy have really did a number on trying to, or in some cases fooling the world at large, that black people, especially black Americans, are the most dangerous people on earth.
Right.
Unfortunately, you have some black people who fall for that same okie doke.
Right.
And some fall for it willingly because they don't like black people and they have a lot of self-hate.
They have a lot of self-hate. Yep.
I always tell people the biggest gangs in America are the ones in your boardrooms. Some of them are up on that hill, wearing three-piece suits and carrying briefcases and passing legislations and policies that will directly affect your community. Those are your true gang members right there. Those are your damn kingpins and queenpins.
Yep. Tell them.
Not the guy on the corner.
Nope.
That's low level.
Right.
Compared to what they can do. People who can come in and gentrify your neighborhood and push you out, those are some gang members right there.
Yep. Some motherfuckers with money and the
this
power.
Guy's nothing more than a racist propaganda artist. Just like the many others like him that came before him and came after him. And I got to ask Blake Masters this question. He's talking about, blaming gun violence and, mass shootings or whatever on, black people, as if black people are the only ones that shoot a gun. That's what he's making it seem like. Really pay attention to that. He's making it seem like black people are the only ones that commit gun crimes. Meanwhile, didn't we just have, like I said, Buffalo and Uvalde? I'll even take it a step further. What about that 12-year-old that robbed that convenience store and had a gun on that woman and shot a warning shot in the air, scared the shit out of himself? You saw the video and how he jumped. I talked about it in my live stream.
He wasn't ready for that.
I did with Afro Elite. So y'all saw the video.
Amazing. Stay current, man. Stay current.
But they have to try, like Professor Black Truth and the one LVZ said, to try to make black people the face of gun violence.
Yep.
You have to try to make black people the face of everything bad in the world. Because that it will give them their quote unquote justifiable excuse to quote unquote take us out. Why do you think every time a black person is killed unarmed, they will justify it? Then they'll run a smear campaign on the person that was killed, even if they had no priors, and then make the cop look like the hero.
Yes, that's true.
Wash, rinse, repeat. And that's my take on it.
Let's go into one more because this is good too.
Come fly with me.
Damn commercials.
Let's fly away.
Travel into the intense. The new Polo Blue Parfum by Ralph Lauren.
That scent never goes anywhere.
For the African Americans to go out and own a gun because the racial tensions are escalating?
I love this dude's hat.
No, because you're asking for war. You're asking for confrontation.
Mm-hmm.
For Complex News, I'm Pierce Simpson. In America, the idea of gun ownership is rooted in the fabric of its DNA.
Chair does not
dating back to the genesis of the American Revolution,
so
the right to bear arms is scripted in the Constitution. Spoken is certainly like the ability of the amendment that comes before it. However, while America boasts patriotic ideals, that idea is often catered to white Americans. Since the eradication of slavery, Black Americans have fought a much tougher battle towards being first-class citizens. And that first-class access also includes gun ownership. 250 years after first being sold into slavery and 3 years after the end of the Civil War, Blacks were granted citizenship. In the 1860s and 1870s, Black Americans began to mobilize and create Black militias. America's resistance to that mobilization was through Black codes, which was legislation passed to restrict free Black men from owning guns. White vigilantes would raid homes with impunity, cultivating a culture of hatred and white supremacy that manifested itself in groups like the KKK, which was formed in 1865. Across generations since, it's been much of the same. With the increased racial tensions stoked by Donald Trump, Black gun ownership has risen across the country since the 2016 election. Black Americans are taking more control when it comes to guns and have chosen to align themselves with new age militias. Philip Smith, president of the National African American Gun Owners Association, told Politico that his organization's annual membership has increased as much as 2,000 new members per day. That was a figure he used to see annually. We spoke with John Grandmaster J. Fitzgerald Johnson, the founder and supreme leader of the NFAC, the Not Fucking Around Coalition, about the topic at hand.
The NFAC has really fortified itself and continue to build a bigger following each and every time his name is in the press. So for me and our audience, take us through the genesis of creating the Black
I'm not
militia.
really following that part.
Well, it actually started out with folks just in conversation, just watching the political landscape, watching the racial climate, just watching how our society responded to some things that we thought had been gone for a long time. We started to see those manifest themselves again. So it started with conversation. It started with conversation with like-minded individuals who were not activists, just regular folks, responsible citizens, homeowners, gun owners, voters, things like that, with a common background who shared the same view that, things can't go back to the way they were. But then things started to heat up. And when I say heat up, we're going back to 2014 with all of the first series of high-profile shootings, Tamir Rice, Mike Brown, and then the list goes on. Emmanuel 9, Remain Brisbane, it goes on. And when that happened, it was how America responded. Began the conversation of what do we do if nothing changes? When we came out of the quarantine, we thought we were emerging into a world where the only thing that we needed was a job and the ability not to get sick. But instead, what we found out was that we had walked back into an environment where some of these ancient racial practices that we thought had been, for the most part, eliminated or addressed by laws, seemed to be on the uprise. Things were just being Black. People getting lynched again. Increase of police brutality and shootings with these unanswered questions, sometimes blatantly in our face. And it reached a point when we started seeing white militia showing up, they're not challenged by the police. No matter what reason they stated for being there, we're supposed to live in a society where everything is equal. And you've got white militia showing up at places where the object of protest is a Black man being killed by the police. And we have to wonder, who are these folks and why isn't the police bothering them? So the building of the militia starts with the common understanding that there is something egregiously wrong, and that we must take our grievances before the government in such a fashion that if they don't agree with us, as per the Constitution, to maintain a free state for everyone, then we should be willing to lay down our lives for that cause.
So Grandmaster Jay, what was that direct message that you wanted to send? Was it that we're not fearful anymore? What was that direct message?
The direct message that we wanted to send was not only are we not fearful anymore, but we are armed and prepared to defend ourselves. But our message is to let them know there's an organized resistance that's willing to work along with you for the preservation of our people, or work against you. Nothing's changed in 60 years. So we've got to say something, and we got to do more than just sing and talk about it and have empty slogans. Because if you notice, everywhere that we've gone, we elicit a different behavior, and we get the information that we come from. And on top of that, we're getting the respect as a people that we deserve. So that's the message we wanted to send, and we wanted to send it not to all of them, but those who align with the ideals of the KKK. If you still on that program, we came to talk to you.
Grandmaster Jay, from a holistic standpoint and just Black gun ownership in America in general, some research I was doing, 4 out of 10 households own guns. About of that statistic, only 25% of that is Black Americans that own guns in their household. If you had to give advice to people who are looking to bear arms and the importance of guns in Black households, how would you speak to that?
I would say 2 words to them. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor was just like you, at home, minding her own business. No criminal record, no drugs in the house, nothing. That's you. Think about what happens if they come in your house. Anybody, whether it's the police or anyone. How are you going to defend your family? Because 911, as we've seen, could also be a death sentence for you. If you're not paying attention to the world around you and the leadership that you're under right now and the way that they're modifying this society, you don't think that they'll come in your house and give you something against your will or do something to you against your will in the name of the law. You're not prepared to defend yourself. You haven't read the Constitution. You might want to check it out. Let me give you this piece right here. In the last 4 months, the number of gun sales for African Americans has gone up 52%. What we're seeing, though, is that all of a sudden gun stores aren't selling guns to Black people like they was before, or Black people are encountering some strange obstacles that were never there before when they tried to go buy a weapon, because the interest is there. I think that the time now is more imperative than ever that you arm yourselves.
In 1967, the Mulford Act was signed into law by Governor Ronald Reagan. It was a bill that California made open carry illegal. The bill's goal was to disarm the Black Panther Party. The NRA supported the bill. On August 25th, Kyle Rittenhouse, a 17-year-old from Illinois, murdered 2 protesters in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Those protesters were bringing light to the injustices that continue to plague the African-American community. On Sunday evening, footage was released of Jacob Blake, who was going into his car but was shot 7 times in the back by Kenosha police. Kyle Rittenhouse walked past police with an assault rifle. According to reports online, Kyle Rittenhouse was thanked by the police officers and even hydrated for his participation as a white militia.
It's that bullshit. Just pause that thought, family, because I'm gonna get into.
We got a couple. We got to save a couple, but we'll give you a couple.
Waukesha and Milwaukee here shortly.
We appreciate you guys. We really do.
I gotta touch base and give an update about my boy.
It's been almost 200 days since Breonna Taylor was murdered at the hands of police in Louisville, Kentucky. Grandmaster Jay and NFAC have been on the front lines in helping secure justice. While Jay is ushering a new era coalition, Derek Grace II is the son of a former police officer who's taking more of a grassroots approach and providing education to new gun owners. His main point of instruction, de-escalation. I saw a 2016 video of you teaching your then 7-year-old son everything about different guns. And he's breaking down where it's manufactured, how many clips in the magazine. You're just very hands-on with him in regards to that.
My family is deep in law enforcement. My great-grandfather was one of the first Tampa Police Department officers, the Black ones, and for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. He retired from both departments. And so guns has always been a part of our life. My pops is retired Secret Service.
What's some of the biggest things you want to get across to your students when it comes to those situations? What's one thing you kind of drive into there?
Bro, I've just seen the difference in us questioning, us wanting to get to know more, us at the gun range, us getting our licenses, and just us practicing, you know, our amendment to bear arms and to get out in the streets. And not saying we're looking for it, but we're gonna meet the opposition at whatever level they want to meet it, if that ever is the case.
Throughout the course of American history, there's been these systemic rules and policies put into place to stop people of color from owning guns legally. As a gun owner yourself, what type of issues have you come across over the years when it comes to owning firearms?
I really haven't come in contact with many, period, because my pops has taught me certain things, you know, as I evolve to a man. I mean, he still teaches me certain things. So
I've never been
I'm not gonna say I'm the best at it. You know, I'm not lawyer status, but I know how to deal with law enforcement for the most part. And then, bro, I've noticed the energy typically change when you articulate a certain way. They peep the verbiage. They begin to realize, like, you know, you're not dealing with somebody who's naive about how this goes. So make sure that you hold yourself accountable and handle this the right way, or it may end up being a lawyer situation at a later date.
For somebody who's on the fence about owning a gun and they happen to be African American in this country, what advice would you give them? What would you say to them to kind of get them off the fence into legal gun ownership?
Big bro, the biggest thing I would say is America is built off violence and entrepreneurship. So if you're not in a position where you're programming yourself to get your bread in order to take care of your people and yourself and to protect your people and yourself, then I honestly feel like, you know, you're a liability at that point. Like, and I'm not telling everybody to run out and get a gun, but I'm telling you, like, train on how to move if somebody introduces a gun. I got a love-hate relationship with 2020. Like, 2020 turned up on a business level, but as far as moral and ethics, it's getting worse and worse every day. So I urge everybody to protect themselves and their family. And if you're not, like, the gun is a part of American society. You can't escape it. So either arm yourself or figure out what you're going to do if somebody arm themselves and they come in your way.
Some may speak for ownership and advocacy,
that's all you got to do.
while others have different perspectives. Being somewhere near the latter is Chicagoan and two-time Grammy Award-winning lyricist Rhymefest. Being from Chicago, I'm sure you are well aware of the notion of gun violence in the city, how it's kind of permeated throughout the culture of Chicago, especially from the outside looking in. A lot of people look at it in different ways. From your perspective, what do you think the biggest issue is rooted in the gun violence in Chicago? Do you think it's just poverty? Do you think it's the segregation naturally in the city? What would you say is the biggest?
I wouldn't let nobody hurt me on
Well,
the street.
the one myth I want to dispel is that poverty leads to violence, because that always marks a certain type of people, you know what I mean, as more prone to be violent. I've had the blessing to be able to travel the world and see people in the poorest conditions that don't kill one another.
Right.
Don't hurt one another. You know, and this is from Africa to Colombia to Peru. You know what I mean? So like, and they're in more desperate straits, and they don't use that as a reason to hurt one another. Exactly. So when we talk about gun violence, I think we have to take a real serious look at our culture. Really look at us. We have to take a serious look at our music. We have to take a look at what we have programmed ourselves, how we've programmed ourselves, and how we've romanticized violence in our communities, in our families.
I got my family in the house. I got to protect my family. My guests
you make some points there. I think that a lot of times music can just easily be a scapegoat. So for you and your perspective, do you feel like we kind of glamorize too much of the gun violence? Is that what you're saying when it comes to music?
Well, we want to keep in mind that there's other factors involved. I don't want to discredit other factors. So if you look at Flint, Michigan, where the water is still bad, and we know that people that are drinking that water with the lead in it, you know what I mean, have less acumen, you know what I'm saying, in terms of just everyday functioning. Now you give that person a gun and an emotional challenge, you know what I'm saying, and pop, you know. But when we're talking about music, we're talking about what adds fuel to a burning fire, right? And look at the artists that come after us. They continue the tradition. I maintain, bro, that in hip hop, we've cursed our generations, 7 generations before, 7 generations after. We cursed ourselves. Maya Angelou says words are real things. Words matter. Words create. You know, one of the things I say, when you write rhymes and you are writing, you're spelling. When you spit rhymes, you're casting a spell. Now ask yourself, what is the spell that we've been casting on ourselves for the last 50 years with rap?
Death and despair.
You arrived at gunpoint in your car. Guy came to the window, and I thought it was interesting that the tweet that you made afterwards, you essentially said, "I'm fighting for you, but you decided to rob me." When that moment happened, what was your initial thought process? Because you've been somebody that wants to advocate and kind of eradicate the gun violence in Chicago, and then for you to for you to be a victim of that, that had to be a conflicting feeling for you, right?
You know what's interesting, man, and I just want to get it straight. Like, I don't, in terms of gun violence in Chicago, I've never really gotten involved with gun violence in particular. Yeah. I'm more interested in human development. Because, you know what I'm saying? We can do gun violence all day and you're not going to get nowhere if the human being is not developed. So the mentoring that I do with young people is more spiritual and more like, what is your gift? And how do we take your gift? And if you start expanding on that, you won't even want to do it. You won't even be thinking about robbing nobody. In terms of my particular experience,
like a shock.
The experience really was about when I went to who I thought was the authorities, which was when I went to the police to report it and how they treated me, you know what I'm saying, in terms of you're not making no reports for no robberies. You know what I'm saying? Like at gunpoint or nothing else. Like I wasn't worth it as a taxpayer, you know? And so I learned a lot about
I don't want to be involved.
That really reset my life in a way that I learned that only we can cure us.
You know what I mean?
There is no police. Right. There is no government authority that's going to change it. It's only us.
Because in that situation, they definitely try to treat you like a second-class citizen. They wouldn't even try. They did, you know? So,
and so unless we take our own power back, there's no way you can change a police force. We pay them. Right. Like they are our servants.
This leads me to my earlier comment, family. My earlier comment. I learned this week that the police have more power than anybody really thinks. I mean, they have power to affect all kinds of motherfucking policies and bills, especially shit that does and capitalize off of it, and still receive money off of it. You know what I mean? I wish I could. I might be able to show it, but I don't really know how. And I don't feel like asking him to show me how to do it. But we're on the I would say he's on the reimagining policing task force here in the city, and I had the privilege of joining. I have lived experience, so I have lived experience with the law. Like, you know what I mean, this motherfucker's been to jail most of their fucking life, so that's something to be proud of. I'm so uncomfortable. That's something to be proud of. But when I say I've lived experience, it means I've been in and out of the system my entire fucking life, in and out of jail. So small, and so I've got to see how it really works from the inside, not what they say on the news, but what really goes on in the system, what really goes on in the street when you are out there. And like I said, I'm in Aurora, which is like one of the hot zones right now, and I'm in a major hot zone in my end of Aurora, one of the hottest actually. I'd say North Aurora is the hottest. You know, it depends. You know, some people say East. You know what I mean? East Aurora. Shout out to my East Aurora family. But I'm in North Aurora. So North Aurora is like cracking. I'm comfortable out here. Like, just probably like some would say it's a bad thing to be comfortable in areas like this. But it's all I know. You know what I mean? When I go to nice, predominantly gentrified area, white area, I can't sleep there. I can't sleep comfortably at night. I can't rest. I can't walk comfortably throughout the neighborhood. I can't, you know what I mean? I can't patrol the neighborhood like I do, you know, here. Check it. I do that. We're supposed to patrol our own neighborhoods. Shout out to, in my area, shout out to Brothers Against Racist Cops. They're part of the organization. And shout out to them. They made my patrolling a real situation, right? So we're supposed to drive around. We're supposed to patrol our own neighborhoods. We're supposed to keep our neighborhoods safe because, it's one thing we got a little bit of crime or whatever. It's another thing we got racist police here. We got racist police. We got police that'll pull you over. We got police stop you when you're walking. We got police everywhere, and they're racist, and they find ways to get out of shit. We're always in the news. Colorado's always in the news, which is terrible right now because Mr. Paris running for mayor and all. I'm like, God, why can't we just stay out the news? But there's always something going on. There's always a death, like twice a day around here. You know what I mean? So it's really crazy. But we're supposed to patrol our own neighborhoods. We're supposed to do all that. And I feel like if you see me in the street and I'm driving in my own neighborhood, you know what I mean? I wave at everybody. Everybody. I see in my street little kids playing, Hispanic people outside, anybody I see walking around, you know what I mean? I wave at everybody just so they know that I'm out there. You know what I mean? Once in a while, I'll stop and I'll talk to somebody. They'll be like, "Oh, they're trying to." It's always somebody trying to holler or some shit, and I'm like, "Nah, man, such the neighborhood watch like that." Like, oh, like, what you doing out here? Neighborhood watch. Oh, what? Yeah, and I just keep pushing. You or wherever. I'm like, shh, keep an eye on the neighborhood. Why? It's my area. This is my neighborhood, right? And I don't want to see nothing bad happen to the people who live in this area at all. I want to see nothing bad happen to the little kids outside. Like in where I live, my building, this is probably the only building within like a mile, 2 miles, that has like, right now, I could go outside right now. There'd be like 26 beautiful little black kids outside playing around. Little ones, like, we're talking about like from 6 to 10. Yeah, maybe like a couple of teenagers, like 13 at the most, just playing outside. Like, literally 20 of them out there kicking it all fucking day long. I mean, all day till like 4:30 in the fucking morning. You gotta wonder where their parents are. You hear me? This is probably the only building that I see children like that outside. And I might cruise around the blocks, cruise down. I might see a Hispanic family out there with their children. One every couple of blocks. You know what I mean? But this one is heavily concentrated with beautiful little black babies just running around playing all day long, playing, laughing, giggling, playing, no funk. You know what I mean? And in my area, like, anytime you just play this, watch Frontline Black News, you can hear it. You hear just random motherfucking hot ones flying through the air. Right here. Right here. You know what I mean? Bullets ain't got no name. What they think is like on the previous, it's black people shooting black people. No, family. Not in my neighborhood. In my neighborhood, it's not that at all. You would be surprised on who's really bucking off these rounds. You know what I mean? But I avidly, I see one or two other people out there, maybe riding around on a bike or two. But mainly I see the locals cruising around, same ones all the time. I'm out all the time, cruising around. And they have to keep an eye on things too, So you don't think people are watching, We gotta keep our neighborhood safe. And like I think about my brother sleeping on the couch in the living room, right? I'm back here. You know what I mean? Anytime, bah, you know what I mean? But there's all these little kids outside playing, running up and down. There's like 4 levels to this building, running up and down, playing with dogs. There's like 4 or 5 little puppies roaming around this place, and they're playing and riding little bikes and riding little skateboards, just outside. Bullets ain't got no name. You know what I mean? And I would hate to go outside and see some tragic shit right in front of my house. You know what I mean? That's how That's how much I take this shit very seriously. So I patrol the neighborhood. And I got plenty of little videos of me patrolling the little neighborhood. I don't be flashing that shit. I just be pretty much, people don't like to be filmed. So that's something I learned when I was outside in the streets. For a long time, we don't like to be filmed. So out of respect for the people in my neighborhood or wherever I'm at, I don't film them. But I do film me driving around, chopping it up to myself or about random topics. And I'm peeping it. Every time I leave this place, I put my mask on, I get in my little shit and I probably look really fucking ominous, you know what I mean? I'm like masked up, my eyes looking all evil and shit. I'm just like cruising, looking down the alley, looking down the block, waving, power fish, you know what I mean? Just constantly, like all the time, listen to music, singing to myself, but I'm peeping shit and I'm peeping the teas, avidly peeping the teas. Sometimes I cruise around like different times, random time. I'm a night person. The moon activates me, right? So I believe like maybe 4 o'clock in the motherfucking morning. Cruise around. Yeah, I might be going to 7-Eleven. You know what I mean? They open the doors at 4:30. They shut it down for like 12:30 to 4:30. I don't know what that's about. But I'm cruising around to the fucking 7-Eleven or cruising around to my brother's. Sometimes I go peep him out and make sure he alright, you know what I mean? Because, he's been going through some things lately. So my cruise, he's like maybe 7 blocks away. And he live in right in our area. His block and my block are really hot, so I like to cruise around in those blocks, like the hottest ones, where there's always some sort of activity going on. You know what I mean? And it's really active. And sometimes I'll roll up just casually when I don't even know it. I'm dipping around the corner. Boop! There's 3 of them. 3 motherfucking T's sitting there in the middle of the motherfucking street. Lights out, politicking. No lights. Just chopping it up right next to each other. In the middle of the motherfucking street. Profiling. Plotting. I like to think they're plotting. I think they're profiling. I like to think they're about to set some shit up. I like to think they're about to do some ugly shit. You know what I mean? And I drive by them and I'm like, figures you ain't got nothing else to do. All this shit going on in the city, you can't solve no motherfucking crimes. And here you are, eating, talking amongst yourselves about motherfucking nonsense or whatever madness you've been to do. I mean, streets could be empty and it's just me listening to music real loud and just happen to dip around the corner and like, bam, ran into it. Like, fuck. You know? I give them the look like, every time. They know it. In this area, they see me drive around so many motherfucking times and just look at them and shake my head. Or they'll follow me for like, oh man, I used to have to go get my shit fixed. And it's like, I could drive down there. It'd be like a 40-minute little drive for me, right? And I'll notice that they're profiling me. They're following me. So I'll park at a bus stop, act like I'm waiting for the bus. You know what I mean? Black and miles are like fucking backwoods. They don't stay lit. You know what I mean? So I was like sitting there watching them and shit. I'm watching them, watching me, watching them, watching me, watching them, watching everybody. And that shit really is annoying to me because what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? I have active videos where I'm like, here you go. Oh, one day I was cruising around and they just happened to follow me for like 7 blocks. The whole time I was just sitting there just talking mad shit. Mad shit. Mad shit. Sitting there like, oh, you motherfucking old blah, 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 blah. People, I was just sit here fucking harassing motherfucker, just going off. And they heard me. It was loud about this shit. I was like, you ain't got nothing better to fucking do but fucking sweat us. It's reality. They're really doing it. I'm so sick of them, man. I'm sick of them. You can't reform them. You can't educate them. You can't teach them. You can't give them counseling. You can't do none of that shit. None of it. It's
one
bred
another.
into them.
If we don't know how to have justice, like communal justice amongst one another, then you can't control municipalities unless you can control your family and your community.
But Jay, if a guy came up to you and said, I only feel safe, or a woman, I only feel safe walking down my block if I have a gun on me. What would be your response?
I can't really
to that,
be a hypocrite about
especially in the
this
city
because I go armed everywhere.
Well, I would try to help the brother understand that the fact is his life is in more danger with the gun than without.
That's true.
When I got robbed, if the guy would have saw me with the gun and had the drop on me, his fear would have made him shoot first. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times we think it goes into the arrogance we have about our own ability.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? The arrogance we
true.
have and the romanticization of firearms. But the arrogance we have about our own ability makes us think nobody can get the drop on us.
Exactly.
If you're sitting in the car, you're a sitting duck. You know what I mean? You're better off complying. We're dealing with police.
This is true. We heard from
fear
arrogant
right now. You
like,
know what I'm saying? The police are afraid, right? You can. Well, my man Philando Castro, he had his gun permit on him.
On him.
He tried to let them know, but that right there is what got him shot. You know what I'm saying? And the NRA didn't come to his defense. None of these organizations came to his defense. So I would tell the brother, there are things more powerful than a gun that you can use as self-defense. And in fact, the gun lessens your chance of making it out of a violent encounter.
Since 2016, the election of President Trump, statistics show that there's been a greater ownership of guns by African Americans in this country. And I think that's a direct correlation to the increased racial tensions in this country. Do you feel that African Americans should go out and own a gun because the racial tensions are escalating?
Yes and no. I think the right response
because you're asking for war. You're asking for confrontation.
I don't think anybody should.
As we talk about de-escalation, like
I don't think an idiot should own a
you
gun
gonna
at
let
all,
the elect man. A lot of us are not even voting, and you gonna let the election of someone trigger you that you don't even know, won't even meet. We talk about how politics is so ineffectual. I hear that in our communities a lot, especially in our culture, of the hip hop culture. And how you gonna say that and then go get a gun because somebody got elected? It seems hypocritical to me. It seems to me that
the people that can't defend themselves.
We use anything as a reason.
You really don't
we
need
use
a gun,
fear
man. You need
as a reason to react.
To law, and you need to have a good, loud
fear has never won a war.
Man, I appreciate you stopping by, chopping up with us here at Complex. Hope you stay safe and sound in Wyoming, man, and I appreciate you giving us your time.
Hey, man,
don't scare me enough. I
Likewise,
don't like to use my motherfucking hands, shit, in my mouth, and blah. Yeah, don't scare me enough. You know what I mean? Like, don't scare me enough. You know, because motherfucker acts out in straight fear. Let's watch this one right here. Face.
This other one has room for 13 charms. So let's decorate it. Watch this. Oh my goodness. Honestly, these are so neat and stylish and fun. These are gonna match so many of my outfits. And
I'm not wearing none of that shit.
The way a Glock handgun is supposed to work, you pull the trigger once and a single round is fired. But this case out of Oakland County is highlighting how a simple switch can take a handgun and turn it into a machine gun. It's called a Glock switch, and as the name would indicate, it switches a standard handgun into something else.
As a switch, it would just snap onto the gun and change it from the semi-automatic mode to a full auto.
Or in very simple terms,
it turns a weapon into a machine gun.
And the recent arrest of Emmanuel Gates in Pontiac highlights how these switches are arriving here.
It's something that criminals are aware of. There's a dark net and different places where they buy different things.
In the case of Gates, who is facing federal charges of unlawful importing of a firearm, it also shows how law enforcement can fight back with federal jail time.
We have an ongoing partnership with the FBI and the Violent Crime Task Force, which is based on Oakland County campus. And then we have a very strong partnership with the ATF to go after people that are using stolen guns or using parts illegally to alter the effectiveness and the rate of fire of guns.
According to court documents, Gates, who was affiliated with the gang, would buy the switches from a Russian website and have them shipped over in a package labeled spare lawnmower parts. The issue is a gun owner needs a federal firearm license to own and operate a gun conversion switch.
This is illegal with no additional laws needed. It's already an illegal item to have on your gun.
Federal agents seized a package allegedly making its way to Gates with 20 such devices inside.
It has a standard back plate here, and it has a sear on the inside of the gun, which stops this gun from firing more than one round at a time as the trigger is pulled.
Law enforcement says it's far too easy for criminals to get their hands on these devices and far too dangerous once they're used to commit crimes.
Let us know they can do it anonymously, because in the end, they end up hurting the community where they land.
And law enforcement says they tracked Gates from July of 2020 to October 2021, building their case for federal court, finding that he made numerous purchases from this Russian website. He's now awaiting his day in court, in federal court. Reporting live in Oakland County, Dave Spencer, Fox 2 News.
Yeah, Dave, two questions. What's the typical sentence if convicted on this federal charge? And how easy is it to access this through that website?
Yeah, apparently it's way too easy, and that's the problem. That's why law enforcement is hoping that if you have information about how people are getting a hold of them, that you can make those anonymous calls. And to answer your first question, typically if somebody is convicted of that crime of unlawful purchase of a firearm, it's the federal sentence is 10 years in federal prison.
Damn.
Oh my god, they're so good. Oh my.
Meeting is exactly right. They're talking about the shooting that happened just a little while ago, a couple weeks ago, here in front of Mary's Bar and Grill. You can still see right over there the memorial that was left for the people who lost their lives in that devastating attack. And today, the owners of Mary's Bar and Grill discussed their beer license at the beer board, and they talked about how they were calling CPD about the large crowd that was gathered right out front here, and officers didn't respond until shots were fired.
Quiet.
Sparks fly at the Chattanooga Beer Board during a debate over the beer license for Mary's Bar and Grill.
You're here to defend one of the most egregious tragedies that has ever happened in Chattanooga.
I am guilty. We are guilt-free.
It all stems from this night, where a crowd of about 200 people blocked the streets outside of Mary's. In this viewer video, you can see men passing an AR pistol. After 3 lives were lost, CPD Chief Celeste Murphy told the community to alert them if they see crowds like this one that was on McCauley.
If you live near, or if you observe, even if you're driving by establishments, just call 911 and say, hey, there's crowds.
But on the night of the shooting, the owners say they did call police, but the officers never came until after shots rang out.
What we saw was a traffic problem. It was a car burning out in the middle of the road. Security guards.
Had you called the police at that point?
It wasn't on our.
Have you called the police at that point?
Yes, we did.
Mary's co-owner Demetrius Wilson says they called the non-emergency contact line twice that night.
And I was afraid that anything was going to happen out here, and I didn't want nothing to happen. Can y'all get somebody out here to control this traffic?
Let's take a look at that timeline. Wilson says she called the non-emergency line at 1:35 and 1:45 a.m. At 2:11, dispatchers put out this call to officers.
Apple and McCauley, be on the lookout for cars drag racing. It's been going on for about 30 minutes.
That was 25 minutes before police say they got the call that shots were fired, where we later learned that 3 people died.
They showed up about an hour later, and that's an hour later after, and then that's when the shooting occurred.
Officials say Garion King is charged with being a felon in possession of a firearm. According to the affidavit that we obtained, officials do not accuse King of shooting anyone. It accuses him of having a rifle as a convicted felon. News Channel 9 Sabrina Majori is following these new developments. Sabrina, we also know that King is a gang member as well.
Josh and Kim, that's right. King is a known member of the Rolling 60s Crips street gang. And while this affidavit doesn't accuse him of firing any shots, it does say he's one of 3 gang members captured on surveillance video and part of this investigation. A convicted felon and known gang member arrested in connection with this deadly shooting in downtown Chattanooga. A federal affidavit puts this man, Garion King, at the scene of the shooting, saying he arrived in a stolen car with 2 other gang members. One of the men King was with captured in this viewer video holding a rifle just before shots rang out on Macaulay Avenue.
Oh God, they out here showing.
Federal court documents show King admitted to investigators that he was on Macaulay Avenue the night of the shooting. He told the FBI that after the shots rang out, he picked up the rifle from the other gang member, got into the passenger seat of an SUV, and fled the scene. This viewer video captured before the shooting shows people questioning why this man is carrying a gun right in the middle of this large late-night crowd. It then shows a rush of people running away in a commotion. The affidavit goes on to say King admitted he bought the rifle on May 28th, just days before the shooting. It doesn't say from where or whom, but it does say he paid $800 for this firearm. Police say they now have the gun as they work to piece together this deadly puzzle. Now, King was still on supervised release prior to the Macaulay shooting. That was for a firearm charge. The ATF says they are looking to question the other 2 men captured in that surveillance video. They say they do know the identity of at least one of the men, but they've redacted his name in the affidavit paperwork we have right here. Reporting in Chattanooga, I'm Sabrina Majore, News Channel 9.
Sabrina, thank you. King will appear in federal court next Thursday. You can't depend on us to bring you the latest when that happens. King made headlines back in December 2016. That's when police say he and 3 other people set off fireworks inside Hamilton Place Mall. Investigators say it was a way to steal merchandise from a store. King was charged with theft of property, reckless endangerment, and disorderly conduct. The fireworks were set off inside the Pink store at the Hamilton Place Mall. We are working to learn how that case was resolved.
A second suspect has been arrested in connection to the Walnut Street shooting that happened on May 28th and injured 6 teenagers. The first suspect, a 15-year-old, was arrested last week. Both suspects face 6 counts of attempted murder along with other charges. Since both suspects are juveniles, their names have not been released. The Hamilton County District Attorney's Office filed a notice of intent to transfer the teen from juvenile to criminal court, so the suspect could be tried as an adult.
Chattanooga Police Chief Celeste Murphy has released a video on social media reacting to news of those arrests. She talked about CPD's new focused deterrence initiative for the summer.
It focuses on having more personnel in the real-time intelligence center and quick response units for large crowds, which won't take away from our 911 call for service response. Thank you for coming out. We just wanted to provide some updates on the incident from earlier this morning. I first want to make sure that I recognize all of the local agencies, as well as we had the ATF come out and help us out and assist and support us in this incident. As you can are well aware that, this is a tragic incident that involved multiple people. And so we appreciate the support that we get from our local and federal partners. So I want to make sure that I get that said initially. But this morning at 2:42 in the morning, CPD units responded to the 2100 block of McAllen at a nearby nightclub on a report of a shooting. And once on the scene, they encountered multiple victims and began rendering aid, as well as working to secure the scene. At this time, we can confirm 14 gunshot victims and 3 victims that were struck by vehicles that were attempting to flee the scene. 3 fatalities have been confirmed, 2 of which
are related to gunshot wounds, and one of which is related to injuries sustained after being struck by a vehicle. Several victims remain in critical condition. The victims are both male and female. 16 of them are adults, and one is a juvenile. Right now, as you can already assume that this is a very complex situation. We're trying to determine exactly what happened and what led up to this taking place. And at this time, we do believe that it is an isolated incident specific to this occurrence last night. We do not believe that there's any ongoing public safety threat at all related outside of this incident to this occurrence this morning. We ask that anyone with information related to the incident, regardless of how small and insignificant you may think that it is, to please reach out to us. The homicide investigators can be reached at 423-643-5100. And you can also use our Atlas One app and submit a tip. Of course, all of this can be anonymous. This is once again a situation.
Oh, man. Too much craziness going on. This is what I was watching the other day.
Mama said, boy, what you want to be? Sharp and crisp, black and clean.
There's on patrol.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, let's make sure. Let's make sure one thing. Let's make sure we're not preventing the good citizens of Brookhaven, from conducting their business inside. All right. So let's make sure when the citizens come through, they're able to come in and out freely. We don't want to block their way to come in and out. Understood? Yes, understood. All right. Myself, Daryl DiMonterio, 345. We're going to go inside. We're going to meet with the district attorney. When we come back out, the second part of what we're going to do, we'll do it from there. The general, you're in charge out here?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Hand it over to you. Let's go inside.
So, Reverend Panther, a revolutionary liberation.
This always makes me happy. Yeah, you don't even know, like. I like the militants. I do. Man, mad right now, brother Che, but it's like the fact that he's real militant.
The program you are watching is paid for by Ancestry.
Black Liberation Army right there. Mad.
Yeah, well, I had an appointment today with the district attorney.
I'm sorry, he is gone for the day. He said the appointment was at 12, and so he had to go out of town. So he's gone for the day.
So he left.
I'm sorry?
So he's gone. He left.
Yes, sir, he's going for the day.
Okay, but he knew I was coming, and he still chose to leave when I specifically told him I was coming here.
Yes, sir. The appointment, is my understanding, was at 12. He said you told him you would be here about 12.
No, that was a misunderstanding on his part.
Okay, he stayed until about 1:30, and then he had to leave.
All right, well, tell him I'll be back to see him.
Okay, when is that, sir?
Every day until I see him.
Okay, what's your name?
Nick Bezel, Elmer Geronimo Pratt Pistol and Rifle Gun Club.
Okay, I'll let him know. Have a great day.
Huh, what time is it now?
How do you feel about the way that just went?
How do I feel about it?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, clearly, this district attorney says he's going to be here of a prominent case that's happening in his jurisdiction, and then he leaves. He hasn't done anything to help this young man with his case. And then he knew I was coming to town. He knew all of us were coming to town, but then he chose to leave anyway.
Right.
Which tells me he doesn't care about justice in his jurisdiction
at all.
So, which tells me we have to ramp up the type of things that we do until we get justice for DiMonterio.
What do you think it would take to get his attention?
Well, I guess you're gonna have to stand by and find out, right?
Sure will.
Okay. Somebody hasn't done anything so far. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go pay the police chief a visit and ask him what's going on with this investigation, because my understanding is that they're handing it off to one another. The district attorney saying he's not getting what he needs from the chief of police, and the police saying they're not getting any assistance from the district attorney. So everybody's passing the blame around. So I think we should go down to the police station and pay the police chief a visit. What do you think?
Absolutely.
You know where we're going? You know where we're going? All right. Well, we're going to follow you. Let's go. Okay.
That's just this tall.
And all of them. Original Black Panther, militia.
That's what I want to do. I want to carry the flag. I want to carry the flags. I want to drive around in front and carry the flags. This is going to be my job. Carrying the flags. What's on my bucket list? For real, it's on my bucket list.
No, somebody was just in there.
Yeah, they're gonna talk to you through that window.
Hey, what can I do for you?
Hey, yeah, I'm looking for the chief.
Chief is right now at the chief conference.
So,
He should be back sometime today, but I can't give you a time because I don't know what time they get out.
in Mobile, is in Biloxi.
Biloxi.
Who was the supposed to be over the case?
It's Collins and his now he has a new chief, Chris.
The assistant Chris case, he related to it. He just
He
retired.
just retired, but now it's Clinton Earl.
Yeah,
Is
Clinton.
Clinton Earl here?
He's not here at the moment.
Man, okay, that's
So
how.
nobody here.
So you all have no leadership here right now.
You're talking to Sergeant Hart.
Okay, are you involved with the DeMonterio Gibson case?
No, I am not.
Exactly. Okay. All right. So no leadership is here. Okay, got it.
No one is here to talk with these people. I mean, you make that make sense. I mean, you got a chief. Am I correct? You got an assistant chief. Right? Yeah. You got police.
Are they solving crime?
Right?
Where are they?
To me, at what job can no one be here?
Vincent Fernando.
What about him?
We're trying to figure out, was he the one who initially investigated the DeMonterio case? Okay. Are you him or no?
Oh, no, sir. I'm not him.
Is he
here?
I'm not him.
Is he around? Brother, you taking too long. That means you're trying to lie to me.
No,
I'm trying to see where he's at. Because we're trying to figure out if nobody else is going to do the job to get justice for DeMonterio Gibson, the people aren't going to do their job, then we're here to do it for him. So whatever investigation he started, I would like to ask him questions so we can help this get to a resolution. We already know these guys admitted that they shot at him. So we want to know what happened from the beginning. Why has this investigation been botched?
He won't be able to talk about an ongoing investigation. He won't be able to talk about it.
Okay, is he around? Is he here?
Let me go back in.
The assistant chief is right over here at the end.
He right there.
That's him in that silver truck?
Uh-huh.
Oh shit! Walk up on the truck. I want answers.
Hey, does your assistant chief of police drive a silver pickup truck?
Huh? Too much pausing. I'm in a dress, family. Like a lady. And this chair is mad uncomfortable. It's been an ongoing thing with me lately. walked all the way over there. Hold your horses. Look how far they gotta walk. That motherfucker train up. What a bitch.
I just want the law to work for us the way it's worked for them.
Just straight up on him. I want to talk about that too.
Still my city, B.
You'll watch that later when I'm binge watching
So
television.
inside there was no one to talk to, and then you saw the assistant police chief across the street. You crossed the street to talk to him, and he left.
He drove off.
Straight up, yeah.
That's my understanding.
Pussy
the police chief supposedly is down in Biloxi for a chiefs conference. I wasn't aware that he would still be gone this long, so we came to meet with him since the district attorney left as well. So one of the citizens here said that we had been followed in the park, had been circled by that same silver truck. Once we got here, that truck pulled over there and stayed there. When we didn't get any help inside, when we trying to go down the chain of command and there was nobody to help, it was brought to our attention that possibly was the assistant chief of police for Brookhaven. They wouldn't call him. And so we decided to go introduce ourselves to him and try to get some answers for D. Monterio. And as you could see, as we walked over there to engage him and speak with him, he decided to leave. He decided to drive off. So that shows you that when people are trying to really fight justice and get answers in a professional and civil manner, you can't get it here. You can't get it here.
Nope.
So we'll just continue to apply pressure and continue to do whatever we can until those charges get escalated and those guys go to jail for a long time who shot at that young brother, D. Monterio Gibson.
Y'all see the assistant police, well, you're not the assistant police, the assistant pig, that when we was approaching over there, Nick Belson and us, the cracker pulled up.
He trade up, yo, pussy ass motherfucking T.
Okay?
They don't want to answer for shit.
Against the truth. Rebel against stand on being justice. Only thing they stand for is injustice.
Yeah.
Because that's the nature of the devil.
Right.
Right on.
The nature of the devil and the nature of God
is
flee, diametrically opposed
and to do
one
fucking
another.
malice.
That is like a frog trying to make a great friend with a rattlesnake. That's like the ant eater trying to be with the daggone ant. But they make the ants a meal. As a rattlesnake will make a meal out of the frog.
This is what they do in my son's case, because they don't want to talk to us.
You locked the taxpayer
door. Yes.
This is a taxpayer door. How you lock that?
Right. So this door is locked. You cannot open it. The business hours on here are 8 to 5.
What time is it?
It's not, but 3:39.
Okay, get that.
So,
and we talking about
so this is 2 hours early. They decided they want to close up. Press that button. There you go. Press that button. Keep pressing it.
Family members still work here. They still work here. They have locked the door on us.
You were ringing the doorbell. Nobody was there.
Yeah, just keep ringing the bell. Just keep ringing the bell. Just keep ringing the bell.
Pulled up. They lied to us and said the chief of police was on the coast and he drove right on up. He ain't on no coast.
Push the metal, the silver button, baby. Silver button.
People play. The games people play.
I'll start kicking the door.
They just write the laws as they go on here. I just want you to know.
Shit, that's just how I'm gonna be knocking on the door.
That's the if you see, there's a sign that says "Home Seekers Paradise."
He tell you straight up, like.
So I just want you to know. It depends on what
motherfuckers over there hiding from us.
For my sister, it's a
dead
didn't
want to open the door for us. That's the bad life
around here.
It's like Friday after
black
that.
Bodies murdered in 2015.
Keep
not
that
one
motherfucking door
solved.
so
You were
hard.
saying your
building
child was
was
one of
My
them.
sister.
They came
Your
out
sister.
looking
She
at
was
that.
at home.
I don't know who did.
At home. At home, getting ready
Open this
for work.
motherfucking door,
Has
though.
gotten ready for work, laying on the
What you
bed.
hiding
Her
for?
son is sitting on the sofa. Her daughter's in the back,
see
and
Jesse
her other
knocking in the
daughter
front.
is
You
in the
wanna
car
let him
sitting
in?
in the driveway
It's
with
okay,
her
I'm gonna
friends.
let you. I'm gonna get you to
Her
let the
oldest
door
son
open.
had just left for work. They gunned her down. Run the doorbell and shot her. You want to ask me why?
Ask him.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Yes,
You
you
don't have to
tell.
ask. I'll give you the information. It's
How this
because
motherfucker knock on
the
doors?
murder that took place the day before her, it was his family members
who came and killed my sister because of the guy she was dating. But they killed my sister. She didn't have anything to do with that. Brookhaven PD asked me what did they do. They held her case. They held her case until December. Then they said they sent it to MBI.
So they never found it.
Nah, they didn't do nothing.
I mean, you know, they can't find a prize in a Cracker Jack box around here. I'm just letting you know. This is not the place you want to die. Unless you just die from a heart attack or something, they might be able to get that right. But if somebody murder you, especially if you black, it's a wrap around here, baby. I'm letting you know. And that's not nothing that I heard, it's what I experienced because it happened to my sister. Yep. And then to turn around and to know who shot at D. Monterio, I mean, from the hood, if you shoot at somebody, that's attempted murder. Am I correct? Somebody help me out. I mean, I'm just saying, that's attempted murder all over the place. Automatically, they should have arrested him, but they didn't. Because you know why? Because his family works here. His family works here. And that's why they cover up my sister's stuff, because the chief before this chief, he was black too. He was black too. So all skin folks ain't kin folks.
Right.
All skin folks ain't kin folks. So don't think because somebody black that they gonna look out for your best interest. Baby, no. Those are the ones that's gonna do you every time. And they have done me. They doing him and his mom.
I'm out here filming.
And then they call themselves outsiders coming in, agitating.
Oh man, I see it.
And we all are United States citizens.
It's my camera. Now you would think they wouldn't be sweating our black unhoused or our black women out here, black disabled, whatever, etc. Black first, let's just say. Then no. It's old fucking milk dud looking ass motherfucking asshole cooning motherfucking he's an asshole too. That motherfucking officer's a major asshole. I don't give a fuck what they say. He won't even let when I go to the sweeps. I try to help out. I got like family out there, and they're like, oh, you know, I got a little bit, I can help out. You know what I mean? I always want to be of service. I want to help out. One moment, please. Let's see who's over here. Look at this guy right here.
Right. And they've been put on alert. We're gonna do whatever.
Hey, what's up, Lady Chain?
Sent away. So we're gonna go
Can
out
I help
there.
you? Right. Something I can do for you, mister.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Jane Kruma.
So, what's going on?
I'll message you, sir. You know.
Your phone wasn't even plugged up.
Black dysfunction. I messaged you. Clearly stated what's cracking with my feelings right here, sir. Well, welcome to the RVA. Jess Barris, Jane Kruma, future mayor of Denver, 2023. Mr. Black Denver Tangibles, 2023.
Where?
Tell Pops I said what's up.
Lady Chase said hi. He said hey.
Hey Pops, can you hear me? I'm waving at him. Was waving at him.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. So what's up, sir?
Oh, it just came from DJ K Tone's event. The Park Hill.
And
it was a good event. A lot of black vendors.
sorry, family, I'm just not. I'm on a whole different level with this conversations that Jay's bringing, because apparently I don't know how to read. I wrote it down. And I feel some kind of way about this, I feel some kind of way about this shit. Anyway, so you want to talk about the event for the people in the city, or
Yeah,
shout out
so
to
tomorrow,
K-Tone? Shout out to K-Tone for having an event. Shout out to Brother Sharif Alim. I saw you as over there too.
tomorrow we're having a meet and greet here at Dahlia Square Senior Apartments, 3421 Elm Street, Denver, Colorado, 80207, from 1 to 4. It's going to be a meet and greet with me, so you get to meet me and get to ask me any questions about my mayoral campaign and run. So I look forward to seeing you there. And in August, we're having Marcus Garvey Day, the 8th annual Marcus Garvey Day at City of Axum, or as the natives know it as, Cherry Park, here in Park Hill, from 1 to 4, or 11 to 4, excuse me, from 11 to 4. So make sure you come out to that. We're still taking applications for vendors. Email me or Lady Che, and we'll get that information to you. If you want to vend at the event, we're looking for Black vendors. We're also looking for sponsors. If you want to sponsor the event, great. And doing this Black owned, Black operated for the past 8 years.
Yes, flyers already went out for our Garvey Day event, sponsored by Sankofa.
Shout out to Sankofa Denver.
Yes, shout out to Sankofa Denver, and small little group that's all involved with that. Sister B, Bo, Davina. Shout out to everybody. Yeah. So you want to talk about the K-Tone event? Shout out to K-Tone. Putting on an event.
K-Tone showed major love. Signed up for his foundation newsletter, news list. And Jonathan McMillan was there too. The brother that he works with the city with youth and gang violence.
Mm-hmm.
He was there. Homeboy Art, me and the Anchorman's homeboy Almighty was there as well.
How's he doing?
Doing news cares.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think who else I ran into. A lot of Black vendors. A lot of Black vendors. A lot of people were happy about my campaign. Some lady said I wasn't ready though because I didn't have enough materials. So I got to get on my printing. I ran into a brother named Mario. He has a printing company. Get with him so we can get the t-shirt printed out.
Right. Well, good enough. Great. Like I said, in my text message, I made my stance pretty clear on that. So that's why I'm not even excited about this, because motherfucker was ready. Anywho, are you gonna participate in this broadcast, or just cracking with?
Yeah. What's the topic?
I'm reviewing a video right now. We're on the Black Panther video. So, are you gonna participate, or I'll tap you out now? What are you gonna do?
Here.
Huh?
Not on your end, it's on my end.
Figure it out, sir. I'm gonna carry on because, like I said, I shout out to Ketone. I'm glad you threw out an event. Shout out to Brother Alim and everybody who's involved.
Oh, Brandon Pryor was there too.
Yeah, good. Shout out to Brandon Pryor. It's
And
Black dysfunction. Black dysfunction right here. I'm just not digging. So Anyway, I guess anything else you want to say in regards to the event I couldn't go
Make
to?
sure y'all go to my campaign. We're Black grassroots. We don't have any money, so we're powered by the people, literally. So any donation is a good donation.
Yeah. All right, great. So moving along, are you staying for the broadcast, or
I can. It's just really hard to hear.
I'll figure that part out, sir?
Okay.
All right, moving along, family. Back to what I was saying. He'll figure his own his agendas out when he gets himself together. All right, back to what we're doing. Yeah, this is crazy that they didn't want to help him. They just trade up. Yeah. Black power. Black power. I'm gonna get back to this sharing of the screen. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing.
This case block that we already looked up the laws, everything. This public right away where we fought, there's nobody land. We good. We can walk down, walk back. We just when you step off, you on their property. You know, either side you on somebody's property. You gotta stay in the road. Stay in. You just get out the way. Yep. And even in front of their yard, you know, it's a public right of way before you actually hit the.
Yes. I thought you were 25. 82. I thought you were 25. No, the Angela Davis too. And I want pictures with everybody. Tell them. Got a big baby there. Got a big baby there. It's don't tell me it's just a 22.
Shit, 82. We can only get so lucky.
Father's house is on the right. We're gonna narrate. We just like to walk down the street. Monterio, they tried to assassinate him on the street. The son's house is on the left. The father's house is on the right. Monterio is going to narrate to us what took place that day. If you have your phones, stream it, go live, so his story can get out. The more people that hear about it, the more we can bring justice to his case. Long guns on the outside, left and right side. Monterio is going to walk us through what happened that day. If you got your phones, go live. Brother Monterio, it's on you, brother. Long guns, let's go. Let's get two in front of him. Let's get two in front of him first.
Let's get right in front of them. I'm gonna get behind the film, y'all.
Get long guns on the left and the right. Make this tight right here, y'all. That's all right.
All right, I guess I'll start with like how it started. Anyway, like when we go to FedEx, we'll be going to like a lot of different cities that we don't know, we're not familiar with, so we have to put addresses in our phone. But like it's based off the package that we scan with our Leo or whatever. So sometimes the address get put in wrong. On this particular day, I was supposed to put in 417 Dream Trail, but I put in 427. So as I'm like on the street trying to find the address, I can't find. Well, we can actually start walking down now, and I'll show you guys. So yeah, we're gonna walk all the way down to this. All right, we're gonna walk all the way down to this right side. That's what 417 is supposed to be. So I'm driving down, I'm looking for the address, but I can't find it because it doesn't exist. I put it in wrong. I'm gonna show you the exact house that I drove down to. Gotta walk down a little bit further though. But that's where the sun stay right there. ran the case. And if I can get that behind y'all, I got shot at a little bit past this red four-wheeler right here. He was standing in the middle of the street with the gun near that red four-wheeler or whatever.
When my mental health is not taken care of, neither is anything else, like finances, career, social life.
I think this happens to a lot of people where you get to this like breaking point of being like, I need help.
I hate commercials.
No justice! No peace!
Yeah, they get sweaty by the teeth up here.
All right. 417 Junior Trail was living here on our right. Like I said, I was looking for 427 because I put the address in wrong. So when I didn't see it, I turned around to leave the neighborhood, but I noticed 417 to my left or whatever. So I had to check my Leo, which is my work device, just to make sure there was the correct address, and it was. I came down a little further, and I turned around about right here. And that's when I had went to the yard. I delivered the package. This is the house right here. That's the house that I delivered the package to, that first house right there. So I hopped out the truck, I put the package down, I got back in. Now, we're going to go down a little bit further. You're going to see a house in the background, and that's where the white truck came from. So I thought the white truck was just like leaving the yard or whatever.
This
they came up behind me, got close.
This that young man that was
as I'm trying to leave the driveway,
delivering packages.
That's a trash can.
And he got ran up on by the white supremacists, and they chased him. And he was in fear.
That's where the white truck came from. And this is what they tried to cut me off at. I swerved around the guy or whatever, and I came back this way.
This is like months later.
And I got down to about
like just a couple days ago.
And the son was trying to slow me down. He had a gun pointed in my window or whatever. He kept asking me to stop. I shook my head and I swerved on him too. And that's when he started firing shots in the back of my vehicle or whatever. And then after they failed to shoot me that time, he got in the car with his dad and they actually chased me all the way from here to out the city. It happened in like a 5-minute time frame. It was like from 7:20 to like 7:25 or 7. It was like a 5-minute time frame though. But yeah, he was right there by where the red four-wheeler is. They chased me all the way out the city.
That's the one that had to go through counseling and therapy because he was like it's traumatizing.
I told him what was going on.
He's working for like FedEx or UPS or some shit.
Tomorrow to report it. But I knew if I had to did that, the police were gonna ask like, why you wait till tomorrow? So I took it upon myself to report it. Whatever. When I finally got a hold of dispatch, I didn't even know who these people were. They actually had reported me as being a suspicious person in the neighborhood. Even though I had on full FedEx uniform, I was in a Hertz work van. Like it's not a FedEx van, but it's still a Hertz van, obviously work van.
Yeah, he was all over the news.
My jacket or whatever.
Yeah, so he was delivering the packages and shit.
I was just doing my job.
White man chased him. White man chased him.
He basically told me he was gonna give it up to his supervisor the next day, whatever. So they gave it to. I waited till the next morning. One of my men came down with me, and we went to the police station to file a report. I had dealt with 3 officers that day. The first one, he was taking my statement down. I kept telling him what happened over and over. He just like kept switching my story. I don't know if it was on purpose or if he was just like, nah, listen to what I was doing. So like after about the 3rd or 4th time, he finally got it right. And it was a second officer that was just like listening to us talk or whatever. He asked me, he was like, well, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. And he was like, did you do anything to make them think you were suspicious? To which I replied, no, of course, I was just at work. But even if I did, you still, like I said, if you're a citizen, you can't take the law into your own hands. You either call the police or you mind your business. It's that simple.
Right.
Or whatever. So the 3rd officer I dealt with, he was a detective as well. He actually let me write my statement down about what happened.
Like they even put him back on the same route. Like FedEx was so scroungy, man. They put him back on the same route after that shit happened.
And we ended up coming back down here.
And he ended up I think he ended up quitting, or they ended up giving him another route. Can't remember how it happened.
Which I did.
But they only played it in the news for like 2 weeks or some shit.
That's what y'all supposed to do anyway. So I don't see.
This just happened. This right here just happened right now, like a couple days ago.
He was giving him a hard time. He wanted to go over his information. And basically after that, they just gave them time to turn themselves in. They didn't arrest them. They didn't do nothing. They gave them plenty of time to turn themselves in. And that's the whole rundown of basically what happened.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
It saddens me that we have to fight for justice when the evidence is already there.
Yeah.
It's sad that we have to go fight the justice system and the corruption that happened in this town. I don't know. It makes me mad, very mad.
And for both of you, what does it mean to have a community out here exercising their First and Second Amendment for the two of you?
I probably feel like very appreciated because probably when they
at least by the law
first put the young man's stuff on the
So what would
news,
justice look like?
he didn't have really a lot of black support.
upgraded charges, them going to jail. Because if it was me, I would have been in jail.
Thank you.
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice! No peace! No justice!
No peace! My job, I'm gonna be carrying the flags.
No peace!
No justice!
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 No peace! No peace! No peace!
He hella bully.
No peace!
I couldn't help it.
The
I couldn't
program
help
you are
it.
watching is paid for by
So
Ancestry.
he hella bully. I couldn't help it.
This speaks true to the sentiments of Black people and the country in which we literally can't do anything, like without thinking of ways to survive.
You know, just get bit up by mosquitoes. I sound be human, man, like a motherfucker.
I appreciate everybody coming out today in supporting D. Monterio. I had been following the story from the beginning, ever since, I think like the first week it happened. And so, again, I thank everybody for coming out because we could be doing a lot of other stuff with our time, but taking care of our people should be of the utmost importance. And so we just have to continue, like I said, we have to continue to keep fighting for this young brother.
How fast they going on that street?
For many others that we do across the country. And I definitely thank General Mike Payne and the original Black Panther Party for coming out. He and I were together a few months ago, our organizations in Tulsa, fighting for Pam Smith. 25 years she's been fighting for justice. And we were just there a few months ago. So, I definitely
Let's see if I can find the
love
one
to
where
thank the original Black Panther Party and General Mike Payne.
the
for
police
all that they do
talking
for
to
people.
they was
And the
going
new Black
off.
Panther
They was
Party
going
as well,
off.
all the different groups of the new Black Panther Party who come out and support. Before we go, I want to give General Mike Payne the opportunity to say words before we get out of here.
Yeah, I think this right here is, it's extremely unfortunate that these situations and attempts on our people's lives continue to happen. But one thing that's positive, especially even about today, even though certain people weren't there for us to speak to, is the fact that we can show Black America that they literally run from us. Right. When we mobilize together, they run from us.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? We went to all those different places, had appointments, meetings, this, that, and the other. Things set up. They still did not show up. They run from us. Police, they run from us when we mobilize.
Mm-hmm.
So when things like this happen and we really stand together and stick together, we can really show Black America that these changes can be made and these charges can be lifted, or not lifted, but upgraded. They need to be upgraded to either a hate crime or some type of attempted murder. It has to be. You can't. We wouldn't get away with nothing like this. So the fact that we all came out here, and we drive miles and miles, hours and hours, it shows you that we have love for our people and we are here for our people, and we're here to defend anything that's against them. Our justice system is completely flawed, and like I said, this wouldn't happen if it was one of us doing it to somebody else. We would be in jail, buried under it. We wouldn't even have bail.
Right.
So, and I thank this brother just for being brave, courageous. So, we were also at the Ahmaud Arbery situation, and at the conviction of that. And, sometimes when we're out here doing these types of things, we're doing it without the victim. You see what I'm saying? We have the victim. We have the person. he's here, he's alive, and you know,
Yes, he
praise be
is.
to Allah, but he's alive, and you know, I'm just proud of that brother. He did everything right, and when you heard his story, everything he said, he did a lot of things right. You know, he was thanking. He did a lot of things right. So I applaud him, and thank you for having us. You know, of course, Nick Bezel, man. You know, we always.
Yeah. Let's see. That like really crazy. Really, really crazy. Let me look at it real quick, see if I can find this other thing. Uh, thoughts, Jesse? Huh?
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, that looked like it was a good action.
Yeah.
For Sister Bridget that got killed.
No. Well, that was a different person. But that did you hear what I said? Like that's the young man that got shot at when he was delivering packages, and he was all over the news.
Oh, the brother that we did on
Yeah.
Frontline Black News.
Correct. Yeah,
That's what they were.
Yes, that's right. That was just the other day they did that. So I was watching just the other day. Yeah. It,
You
yep.
talk about Daryl Brooks, Bridget.
Not yet. Get into that. Yeah, getting to that.
But that was a real organized event. I see our people were unified around something. Bring awareness to that was a police brutality case.
The one I just showed?
Yeah.
Cuz was oh my god. Cuz was dropping off FedEx packages, and some white men profiled him and they started shooting at him, and he
Okay,
left.
that's the same. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he fled. You know what I mean? And then FedEx put him back on the same route. He had to
Oh
go get.
man,
He had to
no.
go. Yeah, you don't man, like we've reported this, cuz like we
Put him back
reported
on the
this.
same. Okay.
Yeah, he had to have therapy and everything. He was traumatized. He's just a young man. Like
Yeah, that's
straight
the
up.
brother that was like 20 something, right?
Yeah, or younger. He's just a young man. You know what I mean? He was over there working and shit, and he's dropping off packages and motherfucking, you know, obviously in that area. And I guess this white man, you know, started trying to harass him and shit, saying, you know, he looks suspicious or whatever. You know, it's always some bullshit. He looks suspicious, and then all of a sudden he tried to leave. They turned around and said, followed him and started bucking at the truck and everything. He fled. He called the T's. He filed a report. He was all over the news. It was months ago. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, we did an episode on it. I recall.
yeah, we did like 2 episodes on this. So yeah, that was way back when. Um, this is like this just happened. Like literally, what I'm about to show just happened. This the same action. Just the same action. The same action, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we just saw. Now this is where they encounter the T's.
This transformation is seriously
As I was watching at
insane.
the crib
Love
by myself,
handles
I was like,
gone.
Jerry, is that your house? I feel sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching this.
Y'all don't have a protest permit. We need y'all leave.
They was looking for him earlier.
We don't. Wait a minute. Y'all need to leave the area. Hold on. You don't have a protest permit. You don't have a parade permit.
This ain't no parade.
It was only an interview.
Okay, y'all go ahead and leave then. That's all we
I'm not serious. Somebody did an interview.
Y'all leave the area for me, okay? All right, that's what I need y'all to do. Okay?
Y'all good? Everybody good?
Yeah. Yeah, we was going anyway. I just need y'all to leave the area.
Okay, we were leaving anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were just interviewing, checking out what was going on.
Thank you.
The crime scene.
I'm not leaving. Thank you.
Mr. Kenny Collins.
Get him to leave the area.
Get him
to leave the area.
Yeah,
Hey, leave the area. Everybody needs to leave the area. Y'all don't have a permission to protest. Leave the area.
We're not protesting.
Okay? Y'all don't have a parade permit to occupy streets.
We're not protesting.
Y'all
They
got
was looking for that fool earlier.
You to do your job.
3 minutes.
They was looking for him at the station, and he drove out. He was driving that motherfucking silver truck, and he traded up on him.
You just blocked the street. You blocking the street. No, you blocking the street. No, let go. Let go, man. You got
What happened when you came out there the first time you told him he was gonna get justice? It's been 6 months. You still ain't gave him no justice. No answer. You ain't turned it over to what you gonna do? We know. Yeah, you. What you gonna do? You don't want. What are you gonna do? Get it out. Why you ain't arresting him? Why you ain't?
What are you gonna do? Like
you gonna run your ass out here?
Ain't gonna do shit.
Make me.
Get your people out.
Here you go. We got you. We got you going live. We got you going. We got everybody.
We want something to happen. We gonna see. Get your people out here. Do your job.
We ain't nobody's people. We our own people.
Yeah, we definitely ain't your people.
We definitely not yours.
I wish my overalls were like that.
Get your people out.
Coon and all. You
What's considered public roadway and what's not?
This a public roadway. This a public roadway. We already got this.
Have any kind of so anytime
here you go. Keep going.
I just want to know where the fuck you was at when they came looking for you earlier in the afternoon.
We not blocking traffic.
He's probably somewhere eating and shit. Look at that motherfucking old brown ass motherfucking.
So, Clean Earl over there chasing people.
It look like Holy Martin.
One person talking.
I'm asking you a question. In both places you had a sidewalk. So people can assemble peacefully on the sidewalk.
There ain't no sidewalk. It's motherfucking field and road.
Well,
that's all we ask y'all.
This Mississippi. This is road. All road.
The backwoods, Mississippi.
Yeah, and road and one line. Look at that shit. One line is on the grass.
You protecting them, go arrest them. Y'all ain't investigating shit.
Like, them motherfuckers is all parked in the street shit. This fucked up. They not even parked right. Look, trucks everywhere.
You a whole clown. Now try to arrest me. You ain't gonna find nothing.
Let's go. Where's your car?
Why you smiling? Why he smiling? You ain't gotta smile. You know you're wrong.
Same action at a brother. Dang Star Revolution. Remember the brother,
Denver, we removed
remember the show that me and Yango were on?
in just one visit.
Yeah, the one I participated in that one day. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about it?
Remember the brother was like, we were doing something in Mississippi for Juneteenth.
Oh, yeah.
All power to the people!
This is on the 20th.
No peace! No peace! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
Why all these white people and black officers smiling? Because that's a real problem. There is nothing to smile about.
First Amendment.
Look at all these white officers and shit.
Yeah.
They do that.
We just want to know what we good, so we good.
Look at Cuz's face right there.
You have to have a permit.
The sheriff just said we were good, Nick.
Look at this motherfucking face right there. Little Kevin Hart and shit. Short ass motherfucker. Let him smiling and shit. What the fuck you smiling about?
Under the First Amendment to peacefully assemble. Nobody did anything wrong. So where would
Look, they over there running the laws back in their brain. You can see their brain spinning.
The only reason why this is happening now, we were leaving. And then you pulled up with this force, but when I was looking for people today, nobody.
Exactly. Where the fuck was everybody at? Cracker Barrel, eating ribs and shit, chilling in the air conditioning, in their truck when they trade up.
But there's somewhere there's a public right of way.
There ain't no public right of way, cause you on the road and the grass.
Right, we blocking no road, none of that.
There's a white paint line on the grass.
They don't have a permit.
So we don't need a permit to peacefully assemble it under the Constitution.
We don't need a permit.
We don't have a permit.
Time to maneuver.
That Sambo keep denying it.
Because he on purpose. Because we was calling him Sambo. That's what
and that's what he is.
Why you smiling, cuz, in the back? He laughing and shit. Look at him smiling in the back. Look at that white guy smiling in the back. What you smiling about?
Right. You lied. You came in our face and you told us. You came in our face and you told us, oh, y'all gonna apologize to me. We gonna work it out.
We tried to come talk to you. You didn't want to talk to us. We tried to come talk to you.
Look at the sister in the back. Like, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? That's a tall ass sister right there in the blue.
Yeah.
That's a solid ass sister. What you gonna do? Well, sit your ass back. They're not gonna do shit.
We're talking about the county part of it.
Okay, ready? Do his job or step down.
Okay? Let me open the road. I'm gonna open the road. Okay. I'll make it happen.
You know he's not an FBA. the little dude running to the car. He's not FBA. That is not FBA right there.
Let's go. Come on. Everybody, let's go. We'll have to research this. I know you know here, Judge. Let's go.
I know. Everybody in the vehicle, let's go. All right, no more. Everybody in the vehicle. Everybody in the vehicle, let's go. Everybody in the vehicle, let's go.
Check out what you're going to do just for my son. That's what you need to be doing.
Say that permit. Say something on that.
Do you hear me? Figure out when you're going to get out of this motherfucking dog game.
Say something on that.
Do that. Do that. Hey, do that.
You don't care.
You freaking motherfucker. Do you hear me? Stop my motherfucking song quiet with all this motherfucking evidence.
Yeah, let's go. Everybody in the vehicle. Get out.
Shame. You should be ashamed of yourself, man.
That motherfucker, I wish my overalls fit like that. Yeah, see? That's what I say. Not FBA.
Okay.
I think Ethiopian or not. Yeah, Ethiopian.
We came over here so we could narrate what happened to him, and we were on the side. But then he comes over here and says we don't have a permit. Under the Constitution,
where the fuck was he at?
We don't need a permit for that. If we were
they was looking for his ass.
You understand, brother? We already go. Thank you for everything.
I can't understand a motherfucking thing you're saying, guys.
The thing is, we didn't know what's going on. People all that making decisions. It's like something will happen. We have to protect you and them. You understand what I'm saying? It's our duty. But listen to what I'm saying.
To bring all of these policemen?
But y'all ain't protect the little young man.
We just could make it happen. You know what I'm saying? We talk. We talk. Okay, please. You got a card? I don't have anything with you.
Somebody could be killing somebody.
What's your name? My name is Vincent.
Do what y'all got.
With the sheriff's department? Yes. And what's your name? Vincent. Yeah. Okay. Let's make it happen, okay?
Look, they got the white line on the cusp of the road, right? Where you got it drawn on the grass. Look, it's like they're there on the grass.
Okay.
Yeah. But they're supposed to walk on the white line, or right there in the middle of the yellow, which is acceptable to walk on. Because what if they didn't have no wood? This is all backwood, Mississippi, nothing but mosquitoes and woods. And family, if you don't know what I mean by woods, there's the woods. Woods. Prison term. Pecker woods. Woods. White line.
Woods everywhere.
Peckerwoods. Prison term. Why that motherfucker in the back smiling like that? What is so fucking amusing?
For doing his job.
And I understand.
That's a big old fat motherfucker right there.
Hmm.
You gotta wonder about these motherfucking police officers being so fat.
Yeah.
That's why they
Be
got it.
eating
That's
coffee
why
and
they,
donuts all day.
I'm telling you, that's why they be bucking on motherfuckers, because they so fat they can't run.
Yeah, because they can't run.
They can't run.
He pulled up and blocked
Like
the road.
that big fat motherfucker right there. He was nowhere to be found. He's probably eating. He's probably eating somewhere. Look at this motherfucker smiling in the back. What is so fucking amusing? That motherfucker, you know he with the fucking Brotherhood.
Can you ask us questions?
You know he ain't got his hand in his pocket. I got overalls. There's no pockets right there. He out there rubbing his belly and shit, touching on himself. I can't even take this dude serious. His overalls so big because he got a whole overall so big you can't even see his little sheriff thing. His hands weren't even in his pocket, cuz.
Why y'all didn't show him like this mouth get shot at? You can't answer that question though. You can't answer that question about black people in this time. You see what he came to the prayer protest on about black on black. That's your job to solve. You the team. Oh, he thought he was gonna come out here and bust him out who don't know that. Okay. Sorry about that, brother. You'll go ahead. Okay, hold Come on. He tried to run him over. The fuck he tried to run him over, bro. He tried to run him over. Unless he already have the this motherfucker tried to run me over.
Hell, they was just gonna let him run them over?
Yep. They like calm him down. Why you gotta calm down? You ain't gotta calm down. Somebody try to hit him. I be pissed off too. You know how mad I get when motherfuckers push up on me and shit with
Yeah.
their vehicles. I be turning around. That shit happened yesterday when I went to the Sinclair. Motherfucking white man. I was pulled up right out of the Sinclair. And I'm over there reaching around, looking for my little dollars and shit. So I give me a black. And I'm a peripheral. I see this motherfucker pull up in a 4Runner, and I'm like, cuz he pull up. I'm like right up on the motherfucking curb. I'm about to pull up. You see the Sinclair, right? So you know they got
Yeah.
that little rampity. Like you just imagine me turning into that little ramp right to the door. Cause the little motherfucker that work in there, he'll open the door for me. I just sit there and wait. But I'm over there like looking around in my shirt for my little change, cause these are $1, right? So I'm over there looking for my little change, right? And I just pulled up, but this motherfucking white man pulled up all reckless in a motherfucking 4Runner, and he pulled up right on the side of the motherfucking Sinclair, right there, right in the front, but on the side of that one little parking space, right? So I'm like, man, I'm looking at it like this, I'm over looking dead around my shirt, looking for my little change, right? And he like, and I'm like, cuz you better get your motherfucking mind right, park right. That's what I'm talking to myself, right? And then all of a sudden, so I'm sitting right there on the little ledge, right? I move up a little bit to the little ledge. I'm still digging around in my shirt, counting out my little change, right? And I'm still looking at my peripherals. And this motherfucker, he come out that little part, like this. I'm like, cuz I wish you would, cuz I wish you would, right? And I'm thinking like, a white motherfucker hit me, please, again, right here for the air, but in the hood, right here, cuz you know that'd be like the second time a white motherfucker done hit me, right? So I'm like, ugh, cuz you better get your mind motherfucker right. You better not hit me with this motherfucker. I'm thinking to myself, right? So the little motherfucker that working there, the little Asian dude, I think he's Asian, open the door. I'm like Filipino or something like that. Open the door and shit for me. He's like, oh, hey, how are you? Come on in again. Wah, 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 right? So I'm like, how you doing, sir? Woo, woo, woo. I was like, can I get a black? Woo, woo. And I was like, I can't remember what the tax is, though. He says like 107. I'm like, cool. Toss him my ID. Toss him the change, right? And I was like, I was short fucking 5 cents because I got two. I was short 5 cents. And I was like, I'm sorry, sir, I'm short like 5 cents. So the little white dude that almost hit me pull out a dime. Here you go, ma'am. I got you. I'll put it, There's not very many generous motherfuckers. There ain't very many generous people out here. I was like, well, you didn't have to do that. You keep your little dime. I just take one. Like, motherfucker, don't act like you doing me any favors. I was only short 5 fucking cents. You know what I mean? Then you toss your little dime on the counter. Bitch, keep your shit. I don't give a fuck. But don't you always hit me. I was like, yeah, talking to me and shit. And he's like trying to open the door. You know how small the Sinclair is, right? So you gotta kind of like turn. I gotta turn around, and dude like right up on me, like little skinny ass white dude, right up on me, and I'm like, excuse me, sir, you making me kind of nervous. Can you back up a little bit? Can I, can I get some space, please and thank you?
So,
And I just
so
turned
they
up.
they were pulling up to the gas pump, or they were just pulling up to the
No,
store, and they almost hit.
it's on the side of the store. Like if I'm coming from my parking lot, right, and the
Uh-huh.
taco parking lot, and I cross the street, right?
Yeah.
And so the gas pumps is over here, building right
Uh-huh.
here, and there's a little front part where you walk up the little ledge, right? The little ramp.
Yeah.
Okay, but right here on the side of the building, right here, right? Right on
Hmm.
fucking whatever the street is, Dayton. Right on
They.
Dayton. Yeah, there's right on the side of the building. You can park right there. It's like an emergency little parking, like a handicap parking lot. Dude wasn't handicapped. Period. He pulled into the parking spot first. I was already rolled up to the ledge. I was like right on the ledge, like right before I pulled up to it. I just had to stop and get myself right before I pulled into the store. You know, I'm carrying loose change, so I stuck it in my shirt. Yeah, girl thing.
Yeah.
And dude intentionally backed up out the handicap spot and rode up on me. So here's me. I'm parked like right here. I'm looking like right here. So all I gotta do is drive right. He rode right up behind me, like literally this motherfucker close to me. And the whole time I'm like looking at my like, cuz get your mama, yeah, cuz get your mama, yeah. You're not here. Ooh, please, I wish a motherfucker would, right? Please, because that would be two times that a white motherfucker hit me earlier.
Yeah.
When that motherfucker hit me, drug me, and trade up, and when I found him, right? No justice for Randy. And this would be number 2. And then I was like, oh, God. And then he was in the store. He was right up on me. And then I was short like 5 cents. And I was like, cool, you know. I was all right with just, you know, I didn't know the tax. You know what I mean? I had the 5 cents in here. I just didn't know the tax. So I just kind of grabbed whatever I thought was right. You know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
so I told the man, you know, that was working there. And the white dude decided he want to chip and dip and shit in the conversation. He's like, throw his little dime on the counter like he was going to do me like his. And he then give me the speech like, you know, not very many people are so generous. I don't give a fuck about your little motherfucking dime, cuz. Like, keep your shit. Because I got to. I'll just get one. Shit. You know what I mean? But yours, you going to try to hit me. Then you all up on me. Then you act like you doing me a solid. You know what I mean? That's how I felt. Now I'm like, man, can I get some space? You're making me kind of nervous. Like, I'm saying that because you already know how I maneuver and I'm all like kind of like armed, dude. I don't give a fuck. I'm ready. I'm like always ready. Just stay ready, you know. But it was how many times have I told you that white people like to get up on me in a menacing way?
Too many times.
Too many times, right? Like just recently when I told you I was over there during it's summertime, I just thought I'd give this white dude a drink, like a brand new drink. You know what I mean? And it seemed like I got surrounded by motherfucking like some more white dudes over there on some old mockery shit because I'm over here talking about I'm a Pelican Panther. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, like a sister. Yes, exactly like that. Why not, motherfucker? Oh, ignorant ass motherfuckers. You know what I mean? They didn't want to
Yeah.
touch me and then get mad because I said, don't touch me. You know what I mean? Don't touch me, period. Don't walk up on me. Don't be behind me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You know what I mean? And when they're like that, until I say they surround me or they're up on me or they make me feel some kind of way where I feel like this is a reality. How many times did I tell you that just out the cuff by ourselves? And not for the sake of the motherfucking broadcast that we talking about right now? How many times have I just said, "Oh man, I was like surrounded"? Ooh, I start feeling this kind of like like ready. Just stay ready. We're at war. You know what I mean? How many times have I said it? Like just in the summertime. And I have to tell them, this is why motherfuckers like us don't want to do nice shit for motherfuckers like you, because you to motherfuckers that act like this make it a bad experience for us to want to give to the community. You know what I mean? I was just doing my due diligence. You know what I mean? I saw a motherfucker. It was hot. It was really hot that day when I gave old boy that fucking brand new drink. I could have kept that shit for myself and kept it pushing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm thinking, hey man, I was unhoused, and I remember when it was motherfucking hotter than motherfucking hell, and no one came by with a motherfucking cold ass drink to offer us or anybody. You know what I mean? And I was just doing the work.
Yeah,
You
you
know what I
just
mean?
paying it forward. You trying to
Doing
do,
the work.
your good Samaritan,
I'm
good
doing the
deed
work.
for the day, and
Yeah, doing the work. And I'm like, man, you know what I mean? Fuck it, normally I'm, without being of service, I would have just kept it pushing because you're old scandalous ass white dude. You know what I mean? I would have just kept it pushing. But now they were doing in service work, you know, you're unhoused. It's a humanitarian crisis. You know what I mean? It was just, one turns into four. You're like, God. Like, and then like in this situation yesterday, I was like, man, first, I think you gonna hit me. You know what I mean? Praying for that. Like, you really gonna hit me. You're right here too. And I'm in this kind of angry mood. Oh my God, it would have been a whole different situation. This white dude trying to hit him. That's a cracker.
Let him stay there.
Hey, y'all mind sitting like we get things right on here real quick?
This motherfucker barely got his hand in his pocket. What you holding, cuz?
See that dude from over here?
Why that dude only got one part of his shirt out? Look. Yeah.
He's my general. Get up the road for me, please. Get up the road for me.
A non-FBA. I don't understand what he's saying.
Let's go. Let's make it. Hey, can he move that vehicle so my people can leave? Can he move that vehicle so my people can leave? We tell him to move. How that truck move? Move that truck. Move that truck so we can get out of here.
You want to talk to you?
This white dude's constantly smiling. He must have been cheating or something, dude.
But this guy right here.
Ain't nobody roll his window down and ask him nothing. Look, don't hit that truck.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Most of the police officers, they don't even understand the law of service. So that's the thing. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
That's privilege right there. That's why we out here. That's why we out here. Jack.
Let's go.
You know they gonna have problems leaving this shit. They only gonna get so far down the road. You know what I mean? They're like,
try to go be a good cop.
Shit, can I get a ride down the block? Yes, yes you can. Just get up in the whip.
Police.
Them motherfuckers like that truck almost hit that dude, and they don't stop him and ask him shit. I rip.
Because we dare upset the white people. 6 months. 6 months is still no judgment.
He walking like he shit himself.
6 months is still no judgment.
Why he laughing? Why he smiling and shit?
Your whole plan. Now, try to represent.
Hey, this guy.
No peace! No peace!
What you smiling about, cuz?
No peace! He tough. Go be tough with them racists. Lock them up. Go be tough with them, bro. Tell us what we can and can't do, violate our rights.
We know our rights. We read.
As a tall sister. She'll stomp a whole mud hole in your ass.
One of your people that get shot.
Can't be saying that kind of shit because them motherfuckers be like, look, why is he so undressed like that? Do better, cuz. You see his shirt? Like he all mismanaged and shit. Halfway tucked in, halfway tucked out. That dude's hella bullied. Look at this.
All day.
Tell you, the littlest ones be the buckiest.
All power to the people! All power to the people! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace!
I can't believe his shirt is like that, man. He an officer of the law, too.
Yeah.
Where's the standards? About the officer with half his shirt tucked in, and the other motherfucking one with the yellow overalls. You know his hand wasn't in his pocket the whole time. I know. I got overalls.
You're a good boy. You're a good boy.
Mm-hmm. Them motherfuckers were nowhere in the office.
Where could they do that? We just want to know what we do, so we good.
Oh, white dude lurking and shit. He had the Jesse face in the bag. Look.
There's no we have the First Amendment to peacefully assemble. Nobody did anything wrong. So where would the
That'd be the first dude, the one smiling, be the first dude to cap somebody.
We were leaving, and then you pulled up with the force when I was looking for people today.
Tell you, man, white people start thinking you could see it on their face. Like the little shit be moving in their brain, like they start to figure out the laws. Oh, yeah, that's right.
We pulled this side. Right, we're blocking your road.
That dude is an ugly ass motherfucker right there.
They don't have a permit. We don't need a permit. Under the Constitution. We don't need a permit. We don't have a permit.
Look at the road. Where the fuck is they supposed to walk at? There's like maybe 2 inches of walk space. You can't even walk that shit if you
Go get them. Go get them.
It's two racist white men.
Their police cars is tight though. Like black and blue.
You lied. You came in our face and you told us. You came in our face and you told us, "Oh, y'all gonna apologize to me. We gonna work it out."
We tried to come talk to you. You didn't want to talk to us. We tried to come talk to you.
Still no justice, bro. Still no justice. 6 months. 6 months. All right. Everybody's gonna get it.
We're talking about the county board.
It's always with his chest. Okay, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody in the vehicle. Come on. Everybody, let's go. We'll have to research it. Let's go. Chris Nazi, let's go. Let's go. I know. Everybody in the vehicle, let's go. All right, no more. Everybody in the vehicle. Everybody in the vehicle, let's go. You don't care. You're a king. You don't care. You hear me? Why my motherfucker stop crying?
That cat is an ugly ass motherfucker right there.
Let's go. Everybody in the vehicle. Get out. Get her in the vehicle.
And she's mobbing down that road.
He told us what about he reenacted the situation and we was leaving. We was never in the road. He pulled up and blocked the road. But you don't need a permit when you come individually. Now let's just watch it. Let's just watch it. Watch how you handle the white man.
Well, let's see what happens.
He tried to run him over. He tried to run him over, bro. He just tried to run him. Now let's see how he handle the white man. Let's watch how Kenny Collins handle the white man. Watch how he handle the white man. Watch how he handle the white man. Now let's just watch it. Let's just watch it. Watch how he handle the white man.
He said, watch how they handle the white man.
You can almost run somebody over and just walk. Shit, I seen it. If I can see that dude over there, I seen him, man. Then he kept going when y'all said stuff. Get his tag. Take a picture of that.
Hey guys, get off the road for me. Please, get off the road for me.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Hey, can he move that vehicle so my people can leave?
I don't wonder why brother going home, but he just trying to rush somebody over. Yo, all white people trying to
All I say about that, Felly, like, oh my God. All right. Yeah, that shit is just fucking unreal. So, let's move on. Real quick. Let's see. Oh yeah. We're gonna talk about Daryl Brooks real quick, right? Daryl Brooks. Let's see. I know I put it in here, right? Okay, yeah. Alright. Alright, family, let's talk about my boy real quick. Daryl Brooks. So if
Guys,
you've been
when I say this is beautiful, this was the right
I think I lost Brother Che.
But it's not too rainbowy that it looks too fake. It's just
all right, Daryl
beautiful.
Brooks.
It's gorgeous way.
Daryl Brooks
To
here.
10 tonight, the Milwaukee man facing
yeah.
77 charges for
It's my
killing
guy
6
right
people and injuring dozens more during the Waukesha Christmas parade, says he is not receiving proper treatment in jail. Daryl Brooks detailed his allegations in a letter to his mother. Our Sam Kramer joins us live in Waukesha with a look with what was inside that letter. What's his beef, Sam?
Yeah, hi there, Ted. Brooks accuses correctional officers, even other inmates, of a lot, calling him racial slurs and hurling other verbal threats, violence, even tainting with his food. Bottom line, Brooks writes he does not feel safe inside the Waukesha County Jail, but after some investigation, the sheriff's office disagrees.
Of course they would.
From inside the Waukesha County Jail, where he's been held for more than 4 months, Daryl Brooks says he needs to find a way out before something serious happens to him, saying the jail would sweep it under the rug. Brooks detailed abuse allegations and his complaints against jail staff in a letter to his mother, who shared it with Fox 6. He quotes a corrections officer as saying, quote, "I hope they give this stupid N-word life in prison. They're going to kill him in prison." Brooks also says other inmates told him some officers offered to pay them to expletive him up and to spit in his food. He concludes saying no one should be subject to such treatment, adding, quote, "I've been stripped of everything that makes me feel human." The 40-year-old Milwaukee man is awaiting trial, charged in the attack on last year's Christmas parade in Waukesha. Police say Brooks drove through barricades before barreling through the parade, killing 6 and injuring more than 60. The Waukesha County Sheriff's Office declined an interview Wednesday, but did confirm that Brooks has filed a grievance over these allegations. In a statement, the Sheriff's Office says it takes the care and custody of all inmates seriously. After reviewing Brooks' complaints, a spokesman says the office is satisfied that correctional officers are treating him appropriately and that they will continue to monitor his care as long as he's at the jail. Now, as for his court case, Brooks and his attorneys have until 4 o'clock this Friday to file a motion requesting postponement of his trial, which is supposed to happen in October of this year. And also keep an eye on Monday. That's when the judge presiding over his case could decide whether a change of venue will happen when that trial finally happens. We're live tonight in Waukesha. Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
We're waiting to see what Judge Doro does there. Sam, thank you.
Yeah. You know he's not getting care. Okay. This is the update.
This is, I believe, still, it was as of yesterday, still highlighted in red in terms of information regarding Daryl Brooks on the court's website. And then frequent reminders of this incident throughout the community. There have been efforts to name a baseball park. There are portraits of the victims hanging in City Hall. The local government decided to spend over $800,000 on barriers to make people feel safe at public events. A long list that gets longer regularly of fundraisers throughout the business community to support victims in this case. Prayer vigils held.
By saying, I knew somebody who was at the parade. By its very nature, that's a vague sentence, right? If I tell the court, my assistant's cousin's in-law was at the parade. Do I know that person? Yes. Is that going to have great potential impact on me as a juror? Probably not. That's exactly the kind of question we need to have that person here to explain it to us. Do I know somebody? What does that even mean? The question is very broad. It had to be, I understand that, to Can you conclude by a sentence, I knew somebody was at the parade, there's 1 degree of separation? Absolutely not. So we reject the conclusions that were drawn by the defense to come down to these numbers. We don't accept that knowing somebody who was at the parade is an automatic disqualification. We would disagree with that conclusion. Obviously, these are questions the court will have to decide for this motion. But essentially, as I read the brief and I hear Attorney Perry talk, they immediately disqualified half of the pool based on their statement that I know somebody who was at the parade.
Yep. I mean, it's already tainted.
You have to drill down into these questions. A lot of the questions.
The population of Waukesha County is actually up to 410,666, with voting age estimates being at 316,000.
This chair is so uncomfortable, family.
And of course, that 18
straight slouch
criteria is one which makes a juror qualified. There are other qualifications. I don't have at my fingertips the population for the city of Waukesha. I'm going to ask Monica, my clerk, to look that up and give that to me. I know it's under 100,000 people, at least last driving past the sign. I think that's on West Parkway. And I'll get back to that as I go on. So I want to start with what may not necessarily be brief, but a factual and procedural background to this case, because it is important as the court considers all of the issues today. Darrell Brooks is charged with 83 counts stemming from a series of events that are alleged to have occurred on November 21 of 2021 during and just prior to the Waukesha Christmas parade in the city of Waukesha. The allegations are spelled out in the second amended criminal complaint, which is a 32-page document, the first 25 pages of which specify the charges, and the next 7 pages of which detail the factual allegations. The very last page is simply a signature. The totality of the charges associated with the defendant's alleged conduct, again, are specified starting on in a 27-page information. It's a little bit different than the second amended complaint, and I'll get to that as I go through the procedural history. But I do want to summarize what the counts are. There are 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide with an enhancer for the use of a dangerous weapon. This is a Class A felony, which carries a maximum life sentence plus 5 years for the enhancer if convicted. There are 61 counts of first-degree reckless endangering safety with an enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon. This is a Class F felony with a max term of imprisonment total of 12 and a half years plus the 5-year enhancer. There are 6 counts of hit and run resulting in death, a Class B felony. The max for that is 25 years. There are 6 counts of homicide by vehicle use of a controlled substance, also a Class D felony. The maximum 25 years.
Holy
there are
shit.
2 counts of felony bail jumping. Those are Class H felonies, which carry a maximum of 6 years. And there are 2 counts of misdemeanor battery, domestic abuse related. Those are Class A misdemeanors that carry a
Hold on, my eye is leaking. I gotta take care of my eye.
The allegations against Mr. Brooks are that on November 21 of 2021, he drove a red Ford Escape through the parade route, ignoring police orders to stop or redirect.
Hold on a second.
And in the process, struck and killed 6 individuals and severely injured dozens more. The victims identified in the victim keys have ties to each of the 67 parade groups and were either participating in the parade or were spectators. The other counts or conduct in the complaint concern alleged conduct of Mr. Brooks with a former girlfriend. Those are the domestic abuse-related charges that occurred just prior to him driving through the parade, as well as information about several open cases from another county for which Mr. Brooks.
I think this is all fucked up because they're just stacking them.
For the purposes of the court's evaluation and assessment, Today, the court will accept as true the facts laid out in the defense motion to change venue, as the state did not contest those facts in its brief, unless otherwise noted below. Those facts are as follows. I apologize if I'm a little repetitive, but I do want to be thorough here today. On Sunday, November 21 of 2021, the city of Waukesha held its annual Christmas parade. As stated in the original criminal complaint and as testified to at the preliminary hearing, there are approximately 100 entries in the parade with hundreds of participants and thousands of spectators. It is alleged that Darrell Brooks drove his car through the parade, intentionally killing 6 people and recklessly injuring and endangering the lives of 61 others. The victims of this tragedy are a diverse group and include members and relatives of the Dancing Grannies, an 8-year-old boy marching with the Waukesha Blazers youth baseball team, the Waukesha South High School Marching Band, the Remax Services First Group, the Burris Logistics Group, the Waukesha Extreme Dance Team, and members of and a priest from the Catholic community of Waukesha, and many spectators of the parade. Participants in the parade included 67 businesses and community organizations, and included the Waukesha Police Department, the Waukesha Fire Department,
What
the
the
Mayor of
fuck does that
Waukesha,
have
the
to do with
county
anything?
executive of Waukesha County, and both the Republican and Democratic parties of Waukesha County, Catholic communities of Waukesha,
They
Catholic
couldn't fail to
Church,
mention that part.
Christian Education Leadership Academy, and Grace Lutheran Church, along with the Waukesha Freemen. Following the parade, many people within the Waukesha community no doubt rallied to provide support to the victims, including direct financial support, and to cope with what can, I think, genuinely be described as genuine trauma through prayer vigils and blue light broken heart displays.
What the fuck does any of that got to do with anything?
Closed all schools on November 21 and 23. I would note, though, that the parade did take place the Sunday before the Thanksgiving holiday, and prior to that parade, students of the Waukesha School District were already scheduled to be off Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
I failed to see what any of this has to do with anything.
Counselors who are made available to students, staff, and community.
You know, they had to just mention all these motherfuckers.
The district, meaning
The Republican Party, the Democrat Party.
K-12 schools with 12,344 students and 829 teachers. One news outlet reported that more than 500 students received counseling on November 30, 2021, the first day back after the closure and Thanksgiving break. A local resident.
What are you trying to say? What are they trying to say?
And an accompanying broken heart drawing, which this court agrees quickly became synonymous with showing support for those impacted by the Christmas parade. The broken heart image and the words Waukesha Strong have been displayed across social media, in storefronts, and business displays on residential and
This is a
business
major
and
fucking
clothing. Now, if quantifiable
setup.
information was provided regarding the extent of these displays, the court, who myself as a member of the greater Waukesha community, has personally seen such displays primarily in the city of Waukesha when traveling through Waukesha for personal reasons. The court would not consider the displays pervasive or ubiquitous.
What?
As of February 10 of 2022,
This is all fucked up.
Hashtag Waukesha Strong had over 245,000 views of TikTok and was posted over 7,000 times on Facebook and over 3,000 times on Instagram.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
It's nearly impossible to determine whether any or all of these individuals are solely from Waukesha County. The United for Waukesha Community Fund was created to support the needs of families affected by the parade. This fund, established through the United Way and Waukesha County Community Foundation.
Sorry, family, you gotta do it, or I'm pass out right here. Right here, family.
December 3 of 2021, through 13,700 unique donations and reached
What the fuck does this have to do with anything?
of 2022.
Comments, Jay.
Committee members include the Waukesha County Executive.
Yeah, I can't hear what she's saying. I can hear what you're saying.
The superintendent of the Waukesha School District.
Looks like they're trying to, railroad the brother as usual.
As of January
bringing up shit that has nothing to do with the case.
People had donated to various
Um,
GoFundMe fundraisers.
Like I said, the white supremacist was in the chat when the brother made the speech whose mom got killed in Buffalo, and they were like, "Yeah, remember Waukesha and Daryl Brooks." And I'm like, wow, these people were still on that.
Sent 10,000 light bulbs to the city of Waukesha for distribution. 7 downtown business.
Can you see this?
The bulbs free of charge.
I can see the video. I just can't hear what she's saying.
Council was given a supply of 3 light bulbs to distribute to their constituents. Prayer vigils were held at Humphrey Chapel, at Carroll University on November 22, and at Hills Corners Lutheran Church on November 23 of 2021. A vigil was also held at Cutler Park in downtown Waukesha on November 21.
Power on. Let's see if I can do this.
And hosted by the Association of Waukesha.
Bluetooth. Pause right here. They're talking about all kind of shit, like motherfucking mural, motherfucking everybody and their mother, funding and all this shit. How it's fucking like, I'm like, what the fuck does that got to do with anything? You'll see right now. Hold on a second. I'm gonna pass out, man.
With participation by the Brookfield Elm Grove Interfaith Network.
I can hear it now.
Type of criminal activity we are doing. The Waukesha Common Council of
Sorry, family.
Since the parade. This
Battery low.
is 6.2 million plus to support the more than 560 parade victims. This was apparently published on March 15th, accompanying Broken Heart drawing, which this court agrees.
The defense analysis.
One news outlet reported that more than 500 students received counseling on November 30, 2021, the first day back after the closure and Thanksgiving break. A local resident created the slogan, Waukesha Strong, and an accompanying Broken Heart drawing, which this court agrees quickly became synonymous with showing support for those impacted by the Christmas parade. The Broken Heart image and the words Waukesha Strong have been displayed across social media, in storefronts, and business displays on residential and business yards and on pieces of clothing. Now, no quantifiable information was provided regarding the extent of these displays, but I would note the court, who myself as a member of the greater Waukesha community, has personally seen such displays primarily in the city of Waukesha when traveling through Waukesha for personal reasons. The court would not consider the displays pervasive or ubiquitous. As of February 10 of 2022, the hashtag Waukesha Strong had over 245,000 views of TikTok and was posted over 7,000 times.
Battery low. Power off. Oh my God. Hold on a second, family. Hold on 1 second. It's not fucking one thing, it's another around here. But I'm like, what the fuck does any of that got to do with anything? They're like, let's fucking portrait and
power on. Bluetooth pairing. Bluetooth connected.
Okay. Play.
Over 3,000 times on Instagram. I think we all could agree it's nearly impossible to determine whether any or all of these individuals are solely from Waukesha County. The United for Waukesha Community Fund was created to support the needs of families affected by the parade. This fund, established through the United Way and Waukesha County Community Foundation, raised over $3 million in donations as of December 3 of 2021 through 13,700 unique donations and reached $5,600,000 as of January 7 of 2022. The fund's committee members include the Waukesha County Executive, the Mayor of Waukesha, the Director of Waukesha District Attorney's Victim Witness Assistance Program, and the Superintendent of the Waukesha School District. In addition to the millions raised by the fund, as of January 13 of 2022, approximately 41,000 people had donated to various GoFundMe fundraisers, which were created to assist victims of the Waukesha Parade incident. Blue light bulbs were distributed for community members as well to install and display outside their homes to show support for the Waukesha Parade victims. Waukesha natives Joe and Megan Schoberg, Batteries Plus, Home Depot, TNT, and Ace Hardware sent 10,000 light bulbs to the city of Waukesha for distribution. 7 downtown businesses distributed the bulbs free of charge. Additionally, every member of the Waukesha City Council was given a supply of blue light bulbs to distribute to their constituents. Prayer vigils were held at Humphrey Chapel, at Carroll University on November 22, and at Hales Corners Lutheran Church on November 23 of 2021. A vigil was also held at Cutler Park in downtown Waukesha on November 22 of 2021, and hosted by the Association of Waukesha Congregations, with participation by the Brookfield Elm Grove Interfaith Network and the Interfaith Conference of Greater Milwaukee. Speakers at the vigil included.
What the fuck does any of this have to do with anything? Have you ever seen this before?
No.
Me neither. I've never seen where they have to highlight all this extra shit.
The mayor of the city of Waukesha, Sean Riley, the police chief, Dan Thompson, the fire chief, Steve Howard, and a representative from the Waukesha School District, and many religious leaders. On November 22 of 2021, another prayer vigil was held at St. William Catholic Church. This was apparently also live streamed on Facebook. There is no doubt at each of the prayer vigils, large crowds attended, but it is unknown how many of the attenders were residents of Waukesha County. A number of benefits to support the victims were also held, including the following. Waukesha County Sheriff's Department sold plush canine dogs, with 100% of the profits donated to the United for Waukesha Community Fund. Harley Davidson of Oconomowoc held a fundraiser on November 20.
What the fuck does any of this matter? Why is this so fucking important?
27, Avalon Graphics sold yard signs with the Waukesha Broken Heart logo, with 100% of sales benefiting the community fund. Culver's of Waukesha donated 50% of sales on November 24 to victims and families. Coast Car Washes donated all sales from its Waukesha, Pewaukee, and West Dallas locations on November 24 to families of victims. Bosco Social Club donated 50% of proceeds between November 26 and 28. The Coop donated all proceeds from November 26. The Waukesha Masonic Lodge hosted a pancake breakfast on December 4. The Saloon on Cal.
For real? A pancake breakfast, cuz? Why is this important during court? Never in my whole motherfucking life have I ever heard some fucking crazy shit like this.
Hosted a benefit on December 14, and Waukesha Skateland hosted a benefit on December 15. As of February 8 of 2022, the Waukesha Strong Community Facebook group had 5,600 members. This group's page included a list of upcoming events related to local fundraisers, all of which were presumably held on the dates and locations listed. Although I have all of them listed. They are listed in the defense brief, and I'm going to just incorporate that in by reference. Although I would note it's unclear how many of these events are directly related to the parade and which are for other reasons. Immediately following the incident, a temporary memorial sprung up in Veterans Park in downtown Waukesha. It was displayed for more than a month, and at the end of December of 2021, it was disassembled and relocated to the Waukesha Historical Society. Since the filing of the defense's original change of venue motion and accompanying affidavit and exhibits, local media coverage has continued. The following are examples cited by the defense. On March 17 of 2022, the Milwaukee Journal posted on its website an investigatory article titled, "How Police, Prosecutors, and Courts Across 3 States Fail to Hold Darrell Brooks Accountable." The article...
I'll just say this real quick. When anybody black dies, like Buffalo or whatever, I promise you, that little motherfucker that wrote that motherfucking 180-page book, we ain't gonna hear none of this shit. None of this garbage that she's talking about right now in regards to the 10 people that died. You know what I mean? And whatever, how it affects him or whatever. You know what I mean? This is all propaganda.
Is accompanied with a picture of an in custody and shackled Mr. Brooks being led into the courtroom by an officer, and I'm told the article remained visible on the front of the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel's website every day for 2 months after the article was posted. The court would describe this article as being an in-depth investigative piece that presented objective information to the reader. It uses words such as allegations and accused. And perhaps more telling is there is no dispute of the vast majority, if any, of the information reported in that article. I won't detail the other parts of the article detailed by the defense. Again, that is in their brief and incorporated herein by reference. Work has continued to create a permanent memorial for the victims of the parade incident. On March 19, it was reported that a memorial for the parade victims was installed at City Hall, featuring the paintings of the deceased victims. The article, which was posted on WTMJ.com, states the 6 were killed when prosecutors say Darrell Brooks Jr. drove his SUV through the parade route. On May 27, 2022, the Milwaukee Journal reported that the Waukesha Parade Memorial Commission announced it was considering 3 sites to memorialize the 6 people killed. The list of those victimized in the community is reported to be more than 560 individuals. The United for Waukesha Community Fund disbursement allocations announced that the fund had raised $6.2 million plus to support the more than 560 parade victims. This was apparently...
What the fuck does any of this have to do with the fucking parade? Like, all we heard about is money and fucking like 30 million fucking memorials and money and agendas and money. Right? You still with me? Man, I'm not even looking at
Yeah.
Doesn't this seem foul? You just doing my boy dirty.
Published on March 15th in the Waukesha Freeman. The Freeman went on to report that allocation of funds was approved in the following categories: families of the 6 people killed, individuals who were physically injured, and individuals who were physically present at the parade, including first responders and other medical professionals treating the victims. On March 17 of 2022, a 5-foot by 20 sign was hung on the side of the Metro Transit parking structure stating, quote, "Resist Black Terror." And this was 5 feet by 20 feet. According to City Administrator Kevin Lehner, he noticed similar incidents since...
That sounds like some old white supremacy shit.
the parade. This incident at the Metro Transit parking structure was reported to the Freeman on March 19th and the Patch on March 22. The article reported that, quote, the city has seen an uptick of racist messages since Darrell Brooks was arrested. Thankfully, the sign was quickly removed. The incident with the sign appeared to be very isolated, and it was condemned by city officials, including the mayor and a representative of the Waukesha Police Department. The court has not been provided with any other details of other incidents, but in any event, they appear to be the responsibility of fringe individuals whose values are not reflective of the city of Waukesha and the greater Waukesha community. Local news outlets have also reported on the purchase by the Waukesha Common Council of barriers known as MVB3X, spending $830,000 to do so. These barriers immobilize vehicles in the event of an impact and are estimated to withstand a force from a truck up to 16,500 pounds. As the state noted in its arguments today, the article, but for one sentence from the mayor, which referenced Darrell Brooks, does not go through the events of the incident or otherwise mention Mr. Brooks. It is primarily regarding the purchase of the barriers, and a separate article from the Freeman did not even mention Mr. Brooks. There was apparently an article on May 30th on Fox 6 News Milwaukee about the Waukesha Memorial Day Parade and the use of the traffic barriers, and made reference to Darrell Brooks. However, they did use words such as allegations, and then further commented about how 3 of the high school bands were marching together. It has also been reported that the Waukesha and that the city of Waukesha's 4th of July celebration will be themed a Waukesha Strong Parade. And the first 4,000 visitors of the neighborhood beer garden will receive free Waukesha Strong glow bracelets. Now, the only piece of evidence offered by the state is a graphic embedded in its brief from the Google Trends website, which the state claims shows that the populist focus of the incidents relating to the actions of Mr. Brooks have subsided over the passage of time. While relevant as to the search terms Waukesha, Darrell Brooks, and Christmas Parade, the state did not include the phrase Waukesha Strong. I do not know whether utilizing just Waukesha would also capture that. I suppose it depends on how it is spelled, but I just wanted to note that omission. In anticipation of the charges being filed against Mr. Brooks and the increased media and public interest in this case, the court system in Waukesha took a number of steps to assist with public access to records associated with the case and the court proceedings, including providing access to the criminal complaint on its website and a link to the court's live stream information. I would note that the use of Zoom and live streaming became a common tool used by the courts during the COVID-19 pandemic, both for litigants and associated parties, including victims of crimes. Live streaming is an excellent way for the courts to provide public and media access to hearings with minimal disruption to those in the courtroom. The court also issued a general order addressing such topics as filming, seating, parking, court courtroom attire and signage, all of which help to ensure the court hearing is safe, orderly, and dignified, to safeguard victim privacy, and to minimize the impact on other users of the courthouse and county buildings, among other things. In addition, prior to the initial appearance, 2 areas of parking adjacent to the courthouse were cordoned off for media, trucks, and reporters. Again, to minimize impact to the other users of the courthouse and county buildings. The following is a listing of the significant or noteworthy events in this case, what I will refer to as the procedural history. On November 23 of 2021, a 5-count criminal complaint was filed against Mr. Brooks, charging 5 counts of intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon. At that hearing, bail was set at $5 million with various conditions. On November 29 of 2021, an amended complaint was filed, adding a 6th count of intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon, after it was learned a 6th victim passed away. On January 12 of 2022, a second amended complaint was filed. This is what I referenced earlier, with 6 counts of intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon, 61 counts of first-degree reckless endangering safety. This was a 32-page document, the vast majority of which concerning the charges and the penalties associated with them. On January 14 of 2022, a contested preliminary hearing was held. Probable cause was found and the defendant was bound over. An arraignment date was set for February 11 of 2022. Of peremptory and for cause challenges. 6, the state's participation in the adverse publicity. 7, the severity of the offense charged. And 8, the nature of the verdict returned. The mere fact that jurors may have been exposed to pretrial publicity does not, in and of itself, establish the prejudice required to change the trial venue. Turner versus State, 76 Wisconsin 2nd 1. At page 27. An informed jury is not necessarily a prejudicial one. Turner at 27 and 28. The constitutional guarantee of a fair trial before an impartial jury is not, however, synonymous with a change of venue. Briggs versus State, 76 Wisconsin 2nd 313 from 1977. Change of venue is only one method of guaranteeing a fair trial. Others are voir dire and continuance. Again, a citation to Briggs. Objectionable news reports are those that attempt to influence public opinion against a defendant. Briggs versus State. Objective information and non-editorial reporting is not objectionable. Hoppy versus State. 74 Wisconsin 2nd 107 from 1976. Even reflective, non-inflammatory editorials are not objectionable. Turner versus State. 76 Wisconsin 2nd 1. In addition, the prejudicial effect of publicity wanes with the passage of time. That is from Tucker versus State. 56 Wisconsin 2nd 278 from 1973. The issue of when pretrial publicity impacts the ability of an accused to receive a fair trial is not new. Not to this county, not to this state, and not to courts across the United States. Courts have tackled the issue of pretrial publicity in a variety of settings. The question this court must answer is the same as the question the United States Supreme Court was tasked in answering in Skilling versus United States, which is, when does the publicity attending conduct charged as criminal dim prospects that the trier can judge a case as due process requires, impartially, unswayed by outside influence? As both the United States Supreme Court and the Wisconsin Supreme Court have considered this question, as stated, both the United States Supreme Court and the Wisconsin Supreme Court have considered this question in diverse settings. I am going to take some time to go through a number of these cases today. A look at Shepard versus Maxwell and other SCOTUS cases. Skilling at 381. Citing another Supreme Court case, Irvin versus Dowd, 366 U.S. 717, the trial court summoned an expanded jury pool, calling 1,373 prospective jurors for the first round of jury selection. After reviewing the answers to the questions, the court reduced the pool to 256. During jury selection, Sarnev renewed his request to question each juror about the content of the media he had consumed. The court again denied his request and instead permitted counsel to ask appropriate follow-up questions about media consumption based on answers in the questionnaire or at voir dire. Over the course of the 3 weeks of in-person voir dire, the court and the parties reduced the 256 prospective jurors to 12 seated jurors. The jury convicted him of all 30 counts and recommended the death penalty for 6 of them. Television coverage of events wanes with the passage of time. Perhaps the important point for this court to take from that case in assessing the issues before the court, including in that case, was that the trial was 11 months after the alleged offenses, and references in the news media to the incidents had steadily decreased in length and frequency, with little to no reference in the 6 or 7 months prior to trial. The court went on to reason, though, that the passage of time is only one factor to be considered on the right to change venue. In a case such as this, the parties would normally have 7 preemptory strikes, 6 because the charges include an intentional homicide charge, and 1 for the alternates. I am going to, in my discretion and pursuant to my inherent authority, give a total of 4 additional strikes for a total of 10. So 6 plus 1 for each alternate impaneled. The goal of which is to seat 16 jurors, of which 12 to ultimately decide the case. The media order, this court, the general order that has been referenced previously, will continue. That includes an aspect of juror privacy. And as outlined below, a modified sequestration requirement. While it is true that this factor cannot be fully evaluated until after the jury selection process has concluded with 16 jurors, it also provides the defense with the opportunity to re-raise the issue of venue should justice so require. It is worth noting through a number of high-profile cases of equal or greater magnitude have all utilized such a process with success and in accordance with constitutional requirements. Answers provided in the questionnaire, but such an analysis is missing here. At a minimum, the court and the parties are entitled to follow up with those prospective jurors during in-person voir dire, all of which could lead to a rehabilitated juror depending on their responses. The defense fails to take into account this process that is scheduled to start in August and for which the court has set aside 2 entire days. Again, at which point there will be an unlimited availability of strikes for cause. Of course, those must either be agreed to or approved by the court. And then again, at ultimately the trial in this case.
Get a fair trial.
information to the public. No doubt, even today, the court is live streaming these proceedings. I would note that live streaming provides the court with a mechanism to assist with court security, victim privacy, victim and family access, and it minimizes the litigant and jury exposure to the media by a court order. In other words, the court limits who and what is allowed in this courtroom.
There's no protections for him at all. You know what I mean? He's already suffering in the jail. Talk about the guards want to fuck him up. They try to pay. They try to pay motherfucking inmates to do it. He ain't safe. He ain't gonna have no fair trial.
The court is fortunate to have a beautiful new building for which there is a media room, a conference room adjacent to this courtroom. Thus, cameras don't even set foot in this courtroom. They are behind glass. I've allowed one still photographer as per the court order. But all of this helps in isolating and protecting the jury as well. I talked, of course, at length about the jury selection process. And even though this court has live streamed, I do not believe that in any way creates a prejudice to Mr. Brooks. A standard question in this court's voir dire script is to ask jurors what they have seen or heard about court proceedings or read, or if they have read any court-related documents. My standard question is really a general one related to their familiarity with what I call CCAP and the Wisconsin Circuit Court Acts.
Battery low. Power off.
Hold on a second, family.
To the photos and images and footage of Mr. Brooks wearing the green smock. Again, Bitcoin change of venue request. Regardless of whether the trial is held here, some other place, or a jury impaneled from elsewhere, the same charges will be
He's not gonna get a fair trial, family.
and meeting
Of course, sorry prejudice, sorry bias, sorry
the
fucked
need
up.
to ensure a fair and impartial jury. These jurors will meet each day at a different undisclosed location for transport to the courthouse by the clerk's office and law 256. That number is significant because, as I have stated, the primary impact of this
What's that noise in the back?
is within the city of Waukesha, not the county of Waukesha. Undoubtedly, there will be people within the county, not a citizen
Game.
of Waukesha, that are impacted by this
Whatever
incident.
you're playing.
That is what
You
the
turn it down.
Oh, that's cool. I just want to know what it was.
seeks to uncover, and of course, what in-person
Okay.
here will also address.
He ain't gonna get a fair trial.
That then concludes the hearing today. Are there any additional requests
Nope. He's not gonna get a fair trial. They're hitting him with the book.
from the state? Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you. From the defense.
Yes, the court had given us until, I believe, July 1st or June 30th to enter any special pleas, and it is Mr. Brooks' intention to change his plea to not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect.
He changed his plea to not guilty.
Are you requesting an
Yeah.
evaluation under the statute?
She's asking if he
Are you requesting any
Plea
specific
insanity.
entity or doctor perform that evaluation?
We would request Dr. Westendorf. I do have her contact information.
In light of that request here today, does the state have a request?
Well, we actually have Dr. Collins on retainer.
Okay.
So basically, they're picking a doctor to check him out.
If Dr. Westendorf is able to serve, but if that's the doctor's request, that inquiry, certainly we have no objection as long as there's no conflict for her. And then, yes, we are requesting evaluation by Dr. Collins.
They're gonna
A couple of days to look at.
they're gonna let it ride. Go ahead, man.
They both work.
I plead that insanity. I'd ride this motherfucker out. I'd drag it out.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
He needs to get new attorneys. Cause these motherfuckers right here are not doing the best they can.
Sure, given the request here today and pursuant to
And it's already tainted. It's this whole jury pool would be tainted.
to evaluate Mr. Brooks in relation to his special plea. The state has already indicated it has Dr. Collins on retainer, so I'll appoint her for that purpose. I'll withhold naming a specific doctor for the defense until you can verify Dr. Westendorf is able to do
Yeah.
that. If so, I will gladly appoint
They already picked the defense. They already picked. They already took the state's recommendations for a doctor. So you already know where this is going. Everything is white. He's black. I just gotta put it out there. I don't even give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. What was all that other shit in the middle? Like,
anything else.
never. I mean, I don't watch many motherfucking trials. They didn't bring that shit up. Never. Look at him. He's just stunned. He literally like, oh my god, like, oh my god.
And they cut his dreads off.
Mm-hmm.
We begin today with a rather shocking event.
Oh my god, like he ain't gonna get no fair trial whatsoever. At all, whatsoever. Alright, family, I got one more thing to talk about and then we just gonna cut it off right here. Because I have to. I actually got like 3 things to talk about, but I really don't want to. I was just gonna like let it go right there. We're gonna talk about this the Roe versus Wade thing. Okay,
Oh
we're gonna
Lord.
talk about that real fast. I want to talk about that real quick because I was talking to the people earlier today about the bill that y'all do on Thursdays. I don't want to say it out loud, but the one that you do for the to assist with the politics and all and whatnot, right? I was talking about how this was the topic for like 2 weeks. The Roe versus Wade thing, and how I was just so madly upset about this shit because I didn't get to talk like that one day. But if you could talk about that a little bit, Jesse, where that was a topic on the bill, and they were talking about about them having abortions, and because there was a college, and the sister just said whatever to you, and I was just like, whoa, can you talk about that?
Oh, you talking about the black man bill?
Yeah, I didn't really feel like mentioning names or anything like that, but I was just talking about the build. Yeah, yes. And how they feel about this.
Yeah, I'm sure they're gonna be doing another one about this. Yeah, we just not see eye to eye on this whole abortion thing. I was arguing that it's not beneficial for black people to be out here having abortions, especially since we're in a race war, and we need as many troops as we possibly can have. So they didn't agree with that, and they were trying to argue with me that it's a woman's right to choose, and I said, yeah, it's a woman's right to choose, but I'm pro-black first, so I'm black people first, and they have some lady on there talking about that trans women are having babies or having abortions, and
I was like,
she
I
wants
talked
to
about that.
radicalize me, and
I was like, what the
she wants to
fuckery?
radicalize me onto her side, and I'm like, no, lady, you can't radicalize me onto your side.
I was like, I was taking a nap, family. I was taking a nap, and that woke me right up. Like, I mean, I think I woke up right out of my sleep. Was like, the fuck, what type of fuckery is this? Oh, madness and shit. What are you talking about? I can't even say it out loud. Trans motherfucking lives with trans babies and I can't even go into it, man. As I said, that's what you identify. You decide you want to adopt a kid or some shit. She's talking about having actual breed.
Yeah, I was like, what the
And I was like,
hell,
man,
women?
that's some old
I,
mutant type
I,
shit. And I was like, I couldn't handle it. And I was like, this whole fuckery. Like, what the fuck is this bitch talking about? Like, she was adamant. And I was like, I was woke up out of fucking nowhere, man. I was sleeping. That shit just woke me up out of nowhere. She's talking about, I'll radicalize you to this trans some shit or other fucking birthday now. I don't fucking know, man. I was like, what kind of fuckery is this? The madness. Make the madness stop.
yeah, so basically, black family, what this boils down to is population control. White people are at minus birth rate. They're dying out. They're having abortions. They want to stop them from having abortions because their numbers are dwindling. So now all these white women are up in arms about it. They had all kinds of protests here in Denver the past 2 days because it got overturned like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
So Colorado is one of the
Yes.
states that allows abortion. So the women here in Colorado don't have to worry about it. It's the people in other states, I believe, the southern states mainly,
Right.
Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North and South Carolina, Florida, Missouri. Missouri is actually the first state to actually ban abortions. So if you know anybody in Missouri, they're gonna have to travel to either here to Colorado or New Mexico, I believe, if they want to have an abortion because they're no longer allowing them in Missouri.
My thoughts was this, like, I mean, like what was being said in the build was, everybody was upset. There was like, well, I had to have an abortion because I was in college and was just gonna fuck up my track career. But and I'm listening to the shit. I'm like, but you ain't did shit with, you ain't did shit since college. Cause they're not like you just ended that shit just for the fuck of it. You're really you was over there free dicking it and shit and you fucking just take your pipe and get knocked up and now all of a sudden, that shit was just gonna ruin your with the college. I was young. I was
Yeah,
in
so
college. And
so
then the
force
dudes was
people
like,
that
I
have
had to support that. I was in college. I was just a young man, and we had a she had to make that decision. I'm like, cuz that didn't stop. What the fuck did you do since college? It's not like
right.
you had a grandiose life after that. So a baby really affected your motherfucking life. You still kicking it. You still doing
Mm-hmm.
regular shit. But not like you took off. You just a motherfucking athlete. You a pro track star, you a pro ball player, you just a pro something, or you just actively did something extra with your motherfucking life. No, you just a regular motherfucker. So that was a waste, basically. And yeah, motherfuckers be like, that still bothers me 20 years later. You think? You know what I mean? And this bro was like, well, Jesse, we're gonna radicalize you into this whole some other shit. And I was just like, yeah, wake up out of the motherfucking midst of my fucking great dreams of fucking ambitions and shit, and just hear the list of fuckery. And I was like, man, hell nah, please don't. That just don't make no sense. Whatever the fuck she was talking about, it's just madness. Like, bitch, no. And then to find out like that, we gotta let TD Hip Hop do the math. You know what I mean? We thought we was in danger, and then not to mention our numbers were dwindling regardless because we were in war. But then you got sisters in our numbers anyway, freely, and it's almost equal. You know what I mean? Like, the fuck is going on here? Like, making it real hard for us to like really have a conversation when you just free dicking it and shit, and just I can't do it, man. I just can't believe in contraceptive. Can't believe in motherfucking birth control. Don't want to use no motherfucking rubbers. Don't want to make him use no rubbers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
His pull out game is mad weak. So I think I'm just gonna have a motherfucking abortion. My brother be telling me about the pull out game. He's like, my pull out game is
Oh
so shit. I'm
God,
like,
pull out game.
God, what are you talking about, bro? We just had this conversation yesterday. I was like, stop it, man. That's just too much. He's like, nobody got the best pull out game like your brother. I was like, stop it. Like, who want to hear about that shit? Man, 10 years strong. My pull out game is this shit. Shut up. Shut up. I don't give a fuck. But you see what I'm saying? You have motherfuckers with a mad weak pull out game, and bitches just free dicking it and fucking just get rid of shit. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you motherfuckers? We're at war. Every body counts, okay? Every baby count. We pro black lives right here. What the fuck is going on here? You just I didn't feel like going to Planned Parenthood and get me a motherfucking pack of fucking pills and a motherfucking 10-year shot or an IUD the last 10 motherfucking years, so I could just free dick it in for 10 years freely and not have to worry about having a baby. Now you got bitches like over there at the fucking I don't even want to say it out loud, man. Over this, that one broad that I keep telling you about going to the state building that's always dressed fucked up, like should be wearing clothes like that to the state building. The one that's always fucking with me on that old colors and shit. Now, her and talking about there's an app, so now we could just see when we're gonna ovulate and so we could just avoid. Nah, bitch, go get some motherfucking prophylactics. You're right there in the building.
It's called
they
birth
got them
control,
right outside
right?
the motherfucking door. There's a fucking plastic envelope right outside the door where you talking about this whack ass shit that nobody wants to hear about. Okay, this whack ass motherfucking app. First of all, you shouldn't even be talking about that shit. This shit's personal, private. Like, where is the motherfucking class? Okay, whew. No class, right? But there's a motherfucking plastic fucking envelope hanging outside the fucking door of that motherfucking building, right there in 5 Points. Just put your hand in there. You hear me? And toss it at whatever motherfucking 5 dicks you fucking taking. You know what I mean? Let them use it. Since they obviously got a whack ass pull out game and you don't know how to fucking keep your shit on track. You need an application on your motherfucking phone, cuz, to tell you when or when not to
ovulating.
fuck. When or when not to fuck. You old stupid ass fucking bitch. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, cuz? Like, for real? I just, like, you don't know when or when not to fuck? Pick a right motherfucker. His pull out game better be strong. No. Hand him some motherfucking rubbers. They're right there. Anybody and their mother can walk up and down motherfucking Weldon, picks them up, put them in their pocket.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? What about the clinic? There's a clinic right on Stout. They give you some. They're right there on the fucking desk. Okay? You walk in, you go, so you make your little, you talk to them at the desk. They tell you go upstairs. You go upstairs, pick the side you're going to. You know what I mean? It don't matter if you go to the medical side, you go to the crazy side. It don't matter,
The
okay?
blue or the green.
Right, it don't matter. But there's a motherfucking fishbowl. A fishbowl. A big ass motherfucking fishbowl. You just put it like, man, I got medium sized hands. I easily grab 10 rubbers, okay? Put your hand in there. Don't be shy. Grab 2. You know what I mean? See the doctor. Get some fucking they give you birth control up in there. If you need some, that's what they do. That's what they do, okay? There's no problems. Go take your ass to motherfucking DG, Denver Health. They got a whole building dedicated to fucking STDs, STIs, pregnancies, and all kind of extra shit. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They give you a bag, a brown paper lunch sack with 64 motherfucking rubbers in them. Get you one of those. Get you 2. Pass it out to your friends. What the fuck is wrong with you, bitch? You know what I mean? And his old ass like, maybe I should. When it was old girl's wedding, he's like, maybe I should tell her about this app. No, she married. It's just a natural process of things. You getting married. What comes after the marriage? You get a little honeymoon. Next thing you know, motherfuckers came up, knocked up. They're having summertime babies later. Just like animals. Springtime, summertime. Springtime, summertime. Motherfuckers having babies. That's the natural process after you get married. This motherfucker, maybe you need an application, and this application tells you when the moon decides to give you the grandiose cycle and whatever fucking free dick you decide you want to have that day because you're wearing some old weird ass fucking sexual shit to the state building. Bam, you gonna get knocked up, bitch. You're making us look bad, cuz like she making sisters look real stupid. I was like, feeling like any sister right now listen to this motherfucking shit just slap themselves 3 times on the tray if they downloaded that app. For real, slap yourself 3 times on the tray, and you gotta get like a for real seduction doll slap where you just hit the fucking fingertips, spam. I slap hard too. I slap hard. You know, you got the motherfucking hand of a goo, bow. Like you just caught the fingertips and nails, fingertips and nails. So stupid ass motherfucking. Ugh. You know what I mean? Like you really need that? You stay with your phone like that? Like that was my question. That was my question. You see how I be tossing this motherfucker all around the room? It's like on silent. I don't even know what it's ringing. Hearing up like right? You see how I ignore this shit, right? But you stay with your phone like that. Then it's got a highlight. It's got calendar days, and it's okay to be with Joe Blow fucking #1 and old sucker face #2 and possibly the mayor #3. Hey, I mean, like you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's #4's day. I hope his pullout game is strong. I'm gonna go ahead and say, yeah, let's go let this app flow. But then she was really like, you could tell that when she was bringing this shit up, that she was gonna be affected by this fucking overturn. You know what I mean? Because it was gonna be like, oh shit, what if an accident happened? You know, my life is changing. I'm all of a sudden somebody because I'm just doing random acts of motherfucking whatever because I'm in the pocket. You know what I mean? I'm one of those types. Like, what does she do really? Right? Other than that broadcast and pop up on Fridays, what the fuck does she really do? All right? So I'm like, this bitch ain't doing shit. She's just kicking it. She just occasionally just pop on one of her little broadcasts, pop up on a Friday. And she just occasionally do some interviews. Cause I do way better interviews, man. What the fuck? But I don't need no motherfucking app to tell me when is the right time to go ahead and let the egg drop and let a motherfucker, inseminate me or whatever the fuck that term is. No. And I'm not gonna take my motherfucking ass around the corner either by your crib and be like, oh yeah, accidents happen. I don't know what happened. I forgot. Help me. No. They're gonna be like, it's $500. I think that's the rate now. I remember my cousin, whew, sleep in peace. That shit was $345 motherfucking dollars. And that was in 2001. So the rate has gone up. If it was $345 for a motherfucking, a rid you of a situation, $345 at Planned Parenthood in 2001, what do you think the cost is now? If gas is $5 right now, what you think it costs to get an abortion? If it was $345 in 2001, that's $345 and like 97 cents. You know what I mean? Some shit like that. Yeah. And she had a couple of them to where they say, hey, you can't have no more. They have a cap, right? So each time was like $275. I remember when it was $275. Then it went to $3. You know what I mean? So what do you think it is now in 2022? That shit gonna be like at least 5 gerbs. At least 5 gerbs. 5 gerbs. And you come from another state, man. If I was Colorado, I'd be taxing the fuck out of bitches that come from other states. Oh, so you want to rid yourself of a beautiful little black baby? I don't even. You probably got some old lie. You was over there prostitute this shit at the Hyatt. Stop it. I don't even want to hear the bullshit. Don't even make it up. I'ma tax you like 8. You know what I mean? I'll put the rest. I put that 3 gerbs towards the unhoused or towards the youth. You know what I mean? I'm gonna put it towards something. You know what I mean? Fuck you. Hell nah. You get taxed. Why? Cause why not? They tax every other fucking thing. I'm taxing bitches that come from other states and shit talking about I was in a situation. No, and some old made up bullshit. You know what I mean? Because you cannot sell me. You will not sell me on that old motherfucking lie that every bitch that got a motherfucking abortion the last fucking 10 years is a product of a motherfucking violation, some sort of incestuous shit. You will not sell me on that motherfucking lie. And I'll sell somebody else. I'll sell some old pink face, all that fucking bullshit. But you will not sell me on that lie. Not at all. I'm like, nah. I can't. Nope. And that for that lie, I'll tax you extra 3 gerbs. Apply that somewhere else. That shit is ridiculous. Or if you're something that identifies as not a boy or a girl, extra taxes on this motherfucking on this thing. Because I'm like, man, you coming? Oh hell no, you coming over to Denver for us to rid you of your motherfucking Freaknik sessions and shit. You know what I mean? Because you decide you want to be ratchet on a fucking Saturday and not take birth control, and it's now Monday. No, and then you waited the extra 4 months. I'm good, because you could go. The way it's saying is that they'll eliminate they will eliminate a life up until like the end of it. You know what I mean? Like the end of the gestational time.
In the state of Colorado, I believe they can carry it all the way till 9 months and still have an abortion.
That's a motherfucking murder. That's a murder. Like when I'm 42 years old. I almost forgot. I remember in 1998. I had my first baby, right? My first baby. They were like, when you go get tested, I was already like three and a half months along. I didn't even know. They were like, well, you're past your elimination time. I'm like, excuse me? They're like, yeah, now you have to carry it. carry this all the way along. And I'm like, oh shit, man, I don't know nothing about nothing. I ain't got no mama. I barely got a job. Yeah, I enjoy drugs. I'm kicking it with gang members. I'm doing the most. I'm 18 years old. Yeah, let me go read these books. And real shit. And they were like, the first 3 months, blah, 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 blah. They give you the whole breakdown, and they say you only have 90 days. Or, 90 days, right? That's 3 months to make a decision, if you catch it early. That was in 1998. We are now in 2022. If they're talking about you could go all the way to full term
You can go
pregnancy,
all the way full term in the state of Colorado. What
that's
happened?
in my mind, in my opinion, that's because I'm Generation X, fucking black and white thinker. Generation X. That you just killed. You just committed a fucking murder. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's
Like
murder.
that's all. I think breathes, beats, got lung and brain heart function. Move around, kick around. It's listening to music. It hears voices on the outside. It's receiving nutrients. It's got its own little life sack. You know what I mean? It's a whole thing going on at 9 months old. It's in the oven. It's ready to let me out. You know what I mean? That's fucking crazy. The times have really changed. Times have really changed to where I can't even see family. I'm like, I can't even talk about this shit. Times have really changed to where they have no regard for motherfucking life. The rule of thumb was life was, it was considered a life when you heard the heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
That was when it was considered a life. Like as soon as you go to that first thing and you hear the motherfucking the helicopter heartbeat and shit, that was a motherfucking life form in there. You know what I mean? And that was it. That was it. That was the cutoff point. That motherfucker had a heart. It was beating. You saw the little motherfucker on the little round sack and the little fucking half moon type fucking. So you saw it. You saw the seed growing in the sack, and you saw the heartbeat. You knew it was there. That was a life. That was when you knew it was a life. They taking pictures. You got your name on it. You're all happy about the shit or scared, whatever. You know what I mean? But that was like, oh, look, it's in there. It's a real thing now. But now you taking it to 9 months old. 9 months old, you got the whole baby's face and shit. That motherfucker have a big ass forehead. you,
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I mean?
murder.
Yeah, that's a fucking murder right there. You like how many motherfuckers getting away with that type of madness and not going to jail? You know what I mean? That's like a real life murder. You just killed something. That's it. Like it's not. I can understand, man. I could understand if like we were talked about it. There's certain circumstances like, hey man, your fetus is gonna have a life changing circumstance where you're gonna have to take care of it for the rest of its life. It's gonna go through all sorts of physical suffering, mental suffering. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's messed up, or it didn't develop right, or it got a condition that you're gonna be responsible for, and it's gonna cause like major things for you're not financially prepared to take care of a disabled or a handicapped uh, person for the rest of their life. Like not we're just talking about 18. We're talking about all the way till they die. Like they're grown. You know what I mean? There's certain circumstances where that's an understanding. You understand. It's like fuck. I can't have this. Kid got half a brain. You know what I mean? Like it's falling apart. No, you gotta let it go. You know what I mean? Certain circumstances where they got like certain conditions that you're not gonna be able to provide an adequate life medically, spiritually, fucking emotionally. You know what I mean? There's certain circumstances, but you can't even convince me of that. You can't convince me that all those abortions were factors under all those circumstances. You can't. You just can't. You won't be able to convince me. I can't do it. You know what I mean? Even what about the people that have like a Siamese conjoined twins and shit? You know what I mean? And they managed to. They still have them. They don't. You know what I mean? But they could have. Now there's testing. There's testing, so you don't even have to go all the way 9 months. They just test the water. They just amniotic fluid right there and tell you everything. That shit's been going on since like I think I got the water tested like my second child. Just because I had my own physical concerns, you know what I mean? Because I came out with a little fucking little situation, I didn't want my children to have the same affliction that I had. Because this was a problem for me. This was something really difficult to grow up with. I'm just lucky I'm like a whole different entity, but I couldn't imagine anybody else being able to deal with the syndrome I had. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At all, because they take a different type of fortitude.
Even justices who agree with part of this, like
and good parenting. My parents said there was nothing wrong with me. I'm
Justice John
perfect.
Roberts, also a Bush appointee and also seen as a critic of abortion, did not formally dissent. He upheld this Mississippi law, but he also wrote separately to assert that he doesn't really agree with what this bare 5-vote majority did. Basically, if it weren't for the Trump appointees, Roberts would have stopped this. He says he would have preferred not to overrule Roe entirely and instead operate on, quote, narrower grounds. Of course, this majority does end Roe entirely, and that means it's open season for states to ban abortion in all sorts of ways. The nation's high court ruling also that judges across the country must uphold virtually all abortion regulations. I mentioned this briefly in the top of the program, but I want to show you what this means. Justice Alito writes that, quote, rational basis review will be the appropriate standard for challenges because, again, as he put it, abortion is, quote, not a fundamental constitutional right. So a law regulating abortion is entitled to, quote, a strong presumption of validity. In other words, when these states go forward, not only with the automatic trigger laws and other types of laws that we've described today, but when they go forward with even other far more extreme measures, perhaps trying to ban Plan B and types of contraception, under today's precedent, those types of laws or rules have to be treated as if they're automatically valid. Then the dissenting justices, of course, have their views of all of this. They point out that this could impact taking medication in one's home. They note that some states may compel women to carry to term a fetus with severe physical anomalies, sure to die within a few years of birth, and that without any exceptions for when the woman is the victim of rape or incest, a woman will have to bear her rapist's child, or a young girl, her father's. Let's pause right there. This is difficult stuff to talk about and to consider, but all the more difficult for people to face or live through. This is what one of our guests just earlier tonight referred to as law of forced pregnancy, of forced childbirth. Now, the court could have provided any such exceptions in the majority opinion. As written, it really does not seem to. So this is, as the dissent put it, a type of opinion that would uphold, based on what we can tell, states that want to force people to carry their rapist baby to term. That's part of what's in here. Now, Justice Alito asserts that all of this today, this new ruling and this change to law, is required by history, that it has nothing to do with a pro-life stance. Indeed, Alito insists on behalf of the court majority that they are neutral on the issue of abortion. Quote, our opinion is not based on any view about if and when prenatal life has rights.
What?
I've been getting paid $1,000 a month, if not more.
That's just them not taking accountability right there.
I don't know if you can see this, but it's called Audible.
This matters. Again, I mentioned if we're going to be a democracy and we're going to deal in fact and self-governance, think about what this court wants everyone to believe today as they exercise power over people's lives and bodies. They are claiming with a straight face in writing it's all a neutral exercise in history that just happens to overlap with what sounds like a personal religious agenda about life or prenatal life. as well as the multi-decade right-wing effort to get these very people on the court. It is hard to believe, in the most diplomatic, nicest way possible to say it. It's hard to believe that that's true. And by the way, it's certainly not what Justice Alito's fans believe. They think President Bush put him on the court for the same reason Trump put his 3 judges on, that they would be what they were today, ironclad pro-life votes, that they were just saying what they had to say when they talked about precedent at those confirmation hearings. And look no further than Alito's own writing today in this opinion to see some of the tells about why abortion is just different. This is not legal history. This is not external science. This is Justice Alito admitting why he did what he did. Because to distinguish against other also popular rights, he promises this case will be different, meaning the court will not necessarily take out other rights because abortions, quote, destroy potential life. Well, right there, when you just read what they say, that's not neutral. That's a view of life and when it begins and what its value is. The 3 dissenting justices point out that the court does not, quote, act neutrally when it leaves everything up to the states. It's taking sides against women who wish to exercise the right. And, on the other hand, taking sides, quote, for states that want to bar them from doing so. Now, Alito reasons that Roe is not constitutionally protected provision and that other rights would somehow be different, rights that have been accrued over the years.
A historic decision about abortion. In the first 3 months of pregnancy, only the woman and her physician may decide whether she may have an abortion.
Supreme Court's historic ruling on Monday upholding the legality of abortion but allowing states to impose restrictions.
The court ruled in favor of 2 Texas men who challenged a state law that made homosexual conduct a crime.
It was another historic day at the Supreme Court. Marriage equality is now the law of the land.
And that's true today. Marriage equality is the law of the land. And right now, states cannot imprison people for who they have sex with.
Oh, my
because
God.
they have sex with someone of the same gender or however that's defined. You cannot be imprisoned for that in America, but that's only because of the case you just heard those newscasters
But yeah, you could
refer
have a
to,
prison husband.
that Texas case. But now those rights are also in
It's all
danger
to the
here.
good,
They're at
man.
risk.
All to the good. For
And
the booty
Alito
bandits.
says it's unfounded to fear that anything could happen to those rights. Quote, unfounded. That somehow is a leap. He says the line is now at abortion. But the justices will decide cases as they come before the court. And when you start removing fundamental rights or a right to privacy or a right to certain personal, intimate decisions, well, this is how the law works. This is how they teach it in law school. You take out a bunch of the foundations, the other stuff can fall. The dissenting justices deal with this as well today. And again, we think you should have a firm understanding of the details and the clash, because they know that the lone rationale for what the majority does,
jailing people
saying abortion's not,
for having
quote, deeply
sex,
rooted in history,
sex,
the same could be
same
said
sex with the same
of most of the rights the
intercourse with the
majority
same sex.
claims it's not tampering with. So contrary to what Alito says, it actually seems perhaps the fear is founded. One justice already made it known that is what he wants to do. Justice Clarence Thomas used today's decision, and you think about how impactful this is, how worried people are, how affected people are, and he just went completely off the books to talk about what else he thinks should be overruled, saying we should reconsider the court having rights to those rulings you just heard in those newscasts: contraception, same-sex marriage, and even same-sex intercourse. You have a Supreme Court justice today in this opinion about Roe going out of his way to bring up something nobody asked for, but apparently what he wants to do, and he's telling the world, he wants to be able to allow states to imprison people for the sex they have. So legally, we're going back 50 years today. Some of what they're talking about goes back 100, 150 years. Here's another quote.
I'm trying to control
Until the
myself,
mid-20th
family, about
century, there
this
was no
same-sex
support in
thing.
American law for a constitutional right to contraceptives. The dissent is pointing this out. Again, this is why Alito's logic is so concerning to so many. And the court's dissenters, that's Sotomayor, Kagan, and Breyer, say, quote, either the majority, Alito and co., either they don't really believe their own reasoning, or all rights that have no history stretching back to the mid-19th century are now insecure, are now in danger.
Laser hair removal
everything's in
blew my
danger
mind.
now.
Life before laser hair removal was honestly kind of a struggle. I
I'm
tried
telling
to
you,
shave
man,
as little
like,
as possible, and
no shade or nothing, but all these agendas are going to be up for question now.
This is what the court is doing with its powers. And everything we just went through has to do with rights, with how the Supreme Court, which is the final word in our system, not the first or the second, but the final, how they deal with rights. Then you have the sexism in how these laws are written and who's on the court upholding them. The dissenting justices come at this quite clearly. They note that when we talk about the, quote, people who ratified the 14th Amendment, which the justices do, well, they weren't just people thinking about those rights, they were all men. They explained the male ratifiers were not perfectly attuned to the importance of reproductive rights for women's liberty or for their capacity to participate as equal members of our nation.
My brother said the craziest shit to me yesterday. He said, have you ever noticed that all the red states got the weirdest motherfucking laws when it comes to weird ass things in regards to sex? Like certain red states got the like it's not wrong to have all this extra bestiality, extra shit going on, right? It's telling me like that. He's like, or the age of consent is so low, or he says mostly red states. They got these ridiculous motherfucking laws that it's kind of like just look past. And I was like, what? Like I was just extremely grossed out. Like, what is he talking about? We was listening to this shit, and I was like, God, man, like savages. That's all I gotta say about that.
That
Savages.
is how Supreme Court justices sound when they sound sarcastic. Obviously, issues are as serious as
They
a
call
heart
us
attack,
names,
as
man.
serious as people's lives.
I'm like,
And the
this
point they're
is
making
fucking
is,
ridiculous.
if you buy this Justice
good at
Alito claim that everything has to be decided basically by the standards of this period of history, if you buy that, then you're only going to be taking the antiquated views of the men who were in charge then at a time when women did not have full legal and political rights. You might think it'd be controversial to admit out loud that that's your endpoint. It'd be like describing civil and voting rights laws during the time of slavery and saying, let's look only to the slaveholder's mindset. It is the gender version of that, and it is in an opinion today. Now, women do not get pregnant on their own. This opinion forces women nationwide to carry what will be, according to their personal choice, for some of them, an unwanted situation to term. And there's no provision for any extra responsibility or legal obligation for the men who are part of that, who are doing the impregnating. Which brings us to someone who was replaced when she passed by Donald Trump's appointment process, the late Justice Ginsburg, discussing that women with means who may travel in this type of ruling would still have some options, some still burdened by the state, still burdened by the government, still burdened by male legislators, but they would have some options to hopefully for them find legal and safe abortions, which means in a very real sense, these types of laws do what is not supposed to be done. They discriminate on the basis of both gender and class, with poor women the most impacted.
Take the worst case. Suppose Roe v. Wade is overruled. Who will be affected? The only women who are genuinely affected by restrictive abortion laws are poor women, voiceless women, and that's a very sorry situation.
Yes, family. That shit is crazy. One more real quick, because I felt it was important to listen to Democracy Now, because that shit was really, really heavy. So much. Let's see. Felt like that was very important. Very, very important. I think it's this one. I can't see. Really. That's Jesse. Oh, you still with me?
More confusion on top of confusion. I mean, that's my thoughts. I mean, it's just more confusion on top of confusion. They want to redefine what a man and a woman is, what gender is, what sex is. I mean, it's just more confusion on top of confusion. And, you know, the enemy of the revolution is chaos and confusion. So,
Are you walking around?
yeah, I'm walking to the store.
To the store?
Yeah,
Where are you at?
I'm in Park Hill.
Oh. Let's see. I can't find democracy now, but I had it in my queue.
Please don't click away. I'm Stacey Abrams, and I have an urgent
request.
Will you sign our petition now
nah.
to protect voting rights? Republicans across the country are passing.
Sorry, I can't do it.
When the Supreme Court first handed down the decision in Roe, just shy of 50 years ago, it's not like it was not controversial when it happened. There were definitely people who were opposed to the Roe versus Wade decision in 1973, in particular, the Catholic Church, which had always been staunchly anti-abortion. But it wasn't as controversial in 1973 as today's politics about it might make you think. For example, it was not a particularly controversial decision among American evangelicals. The Southern Baptist Convention, America's largest Protestant denomination, they adopted pro-abortion rights resolutions regularly during the 1970s, including after the Roe decision in 1973, the Southern Baptists. When Roe was handed down in 73, the former president of the Southern Baptist Convention welcomed it and explained why. He said, quote, "I've always felt that it was only after a child was born and had a life separate from its mother that it became an individual person. And it has always therefore seemed to me that what is best for the mother and for the future should be allowed." Southern Baptist Convention. Reactions to Roe versus Wade were also really heterogeneous for a long time between the two political parties. There were plenty of anti-abortion Democrats, and there were lots of pro-choice Republicans. Republican governors were at the forefront of decriminalizing abortion in the states in the 1960s, including the governor of California, a man named Ronald Reagan. In 1967, Ronald Reagan signed into law the most liberal abortion rights bill in the country in California. So it's not that there was not disagreement over abortion or that there weren't strong feelings from various quarters about Roe versus Wade, but it was different. It specifically wasn't really a politics issue. It wasn't an issue that swayed elections or that was a key part of the two parties' political platforms. And contrary to popular belief, Roe versus Wade in 1973 did not spark some kind of immediate big backlash among conservatives and evangelicals and Republicans. It evolved differently. And it's important to know that today. The anti-abortion movement as an explicitly political project, a movement married to the Republican Party, that had to be deliberately created. It did not organically emerge. And it actually did not happen until years after Roe was decided. I mean, the influential right-wing pro-segregation religious leader, Jerry Falwell, his first anti-abortion sermon was not until 1978, more than 5 years after Roe. Even as late as 1980, when Ronald Reagan, by then, was no longer governor of California, he was running for president. In August 1980, Reagan gave a speech to 10,000 cheering evangelicals in a Dallas arena. And he talked about creationism and the Bible. He talked about how evangelical institutions ought to be able to remain racially segregated if they wanted. That's nice. But even then, he did not mention abortion. The plan to use abortion as a right-wing political organizing tool, to try, for example, to move Catholics to the Republican Party, to give a focal point, a policy focus to right-wing Republican organizing against women's rights. It was a choice for them. It was a project that did not emerge organically. It was something they didn't really start working on in earnest until the 1980s. Ronald Reagan, for example, he personally had to do a U-turn. He had to repudiate the abortion rights bill that he had signed as a California governor when he became the first president to make opposition to abortion a central part of his political identity. His personal transformation on this issue shows the political transformation that was happening in the Republican Party on this issue, too. Pretty soon, opposition to abortion would become effectively an entry requirement for elected officials in the Republican Party. And then pretty soon after that, anywhere Republicans had political power, they would use it to attack abortion rights. The states became laboratories for these policies. It became almost mechanized over time that as soon as one Republican-controlled state would innovate and come up with some new way to restrict abortion rights, all the other Republican-controlled states would then follow. The most restrictive laws allowed to stand by the federal courts would then become the template for all the other Republican-controlled states to try to enact those most restrictive rules too. Wanting to ban abortion became not just a litmus test question for Republican would-be elected officials. Over time, they made sure it was the litmus test for judges to be nominated by Republican presidents. And at first, that was kind of tacit, like everybody knew it, but nobody would admit to it. You know, a wink and a nod between Republican White Houses and conservative activists. By 2016, though, Republican President Donald Trump just made it official. He was known, obviously, for saying the quiet part out loud. By 2016, he was flat out saying it. I will only nominate justices who will overturn Roe. And he did. And so today we have the results of not just these justices ascending to the court. We have the result of a concerted political project that is attached to the Republican Party that started 40 years ago for political reasons.
Do you guys see this app right here? It's called Audible. There's actually a better way to make money on Amazon other than selling physical products. And actually, it's using Audible. If you don't know what Audible is, it's actually owned.
And I know there's a lot to say about the court and the reasoning of today's ruling and the individual justices who did this, and indeed the individual states and what their new laws are and how fast the curtain is coming down. And we are going to do some of that over the course of this hour. But I think to know where we are and to know what's coming next here, we have to get real about who did this and how they did it, because this is part of a political project. This is a 40 years in the making project for a big, well-staffed, well-funded, very radical project of the American political right and the Republican Party. And I say it's very radical on purpose. I mean that both in terms of its aims, we're seeing that today, but also in terms of its tactics. It is impolite to say this, I know, but the anti-abortion wing of the conservative movement and the Republican Party has long had an armed wing, a terrorist wing, that has killed a lot of Americans in the past few decades and set off a lot of bombs for terroristic purposes. And that is terrible and criminal, but it is undeniable that that is part of how the extreme right has approached their role in this issue and how to get what they want on this issue over these past 40 years. That has existed alongside the well-staffed, well-funded, well-organized advocacy groups and think tanks and campus groups. The anti-abortion political project of the Republican Party and the political right has been the central organizing principle for the right's entire effort around the judiciary, one for which there is still no match or mirror on the left. It's a big deal. It's a big, now multi-generational, again, well-funded, tightly organized, and extremely, extremely militant American political project. And I think what's important to see today is that for them, this is not a movement that just got what it wanted and now will go away. This is a movement that they have been building for 40 years that is just now hitting its stride, that is just coming into maturity. I mean, this is a movement that can claim 6 of the 9 members of the Supreme Court. We think of Chief Justice Roberts as the moderate justice among them. But you know what? When he was nominated, part of his bio was that he was the spouse of the leader of an anti-abortion organization. I mean, the anti-abortion political project of the American right is a way of life for people on the American right. It is an industry. It's an employer. It's a big movement that has succeeded now as of today at the first top of the list thing they wanted to do. Why do you think they would stop now? Vice President Pence's immediate reaction when today's ruling came down was to crow about how we now need a nationwide abortion ban. Don't leave it to the states, ban it nationwide. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi today pointed right at that as what to expect next from them.
In the Congress, be aware of this. The Republicans are plotting a nationwide abortion ban. They cannot be allowed to have a majority in the Congress to do that. But that's their goal.
That's their goal. This is where we are. Of course, as long as a Democrat is president, any Democratic president would veto a nationwide abortion ban that was passed by a Republican-controlled Congress. But, there's a presidential election around the corner. Any Republican president would sign a nationwide abortion ban without hesitation. That said, if we're being real about this, that question might be moot by the time we have the next Republican president. Because there's nothing in the reasoning of today's opinion from these 6 justices that would stop them from accepting something like a fetal personhood case. Fetal personhood, which is a concept that the right has been building in this political movement that they've built around the abortion issue. A fetal personhood case getting to this court would give this court a path to not just let individual states ban abortion, which is what they did today. If they took a fetal personhood case, that could be their vehicle to impose a nationwide ban on abortion on the order of the United States Supreme Court. One that would apply, yes, even in California, even in New York, even everywhere. And yes, that would be a radical thing for the Supreme Court to do. But would it be that much more radical than what they've done today? I mean, they've kind of broken the seal here, haven't they? Roe was a 50-year-old precedent that had been reaffirmed by the Supreme Court itself multiple times. That did not matter to them at all today. Yesterday, they took a 111-year-old law on concealed weapons in New York. 111-year-old law. And threw that out too. I mean, what's the principle at work there? Right? States can't be trusted with the power to regulate concealed handguns, but they can force you to give birth to a child against your will. 111-year-old precedent, 150-year-old precedent. What's the consistent principle between these 2 different rulings? The only consistent principle between these 2 rulings in 2 days is that the conservatives have the power on this court, and they will now wield it however they want to achieve whatever outcomes they want, to change the country however they want without restriction, and you must do what they say. But again, I think it is helpful to not try to find some evolution in conservative jurisprudence here. This isn't that kind of ruling. This is a political project. This is the culminating work of a concerted political project that defined this as a goal for the American political right and that put in place the people who would enact it. This is a very well-organized, well-staffed, well-funded, very committed, very radical, in its prime movement that still sees it as a problem that the blue states are still going to have abortion rights. I mean, overturning Roe today immediately effectuates outright bans on abortion in many states, and we're going to talk about that over the course of this hour. But it also really does foreshadow a future case, perhaps quickly a future ruling, in which the Supreme Court will outright ban abortion themselves in every state. And it is worth getting real about that.
I'm Don Torm, and 12 years ago, I got tired of watching people tear us apart. I decided to see what I could do, so I ran for the State House. I didn't tweet 10 times a day. I didn't
In the short run, we do now have abortion bans in effect in multiple states as of right now because of today's ruling already. We're going to be talking about that in more detail over the course of the hour. One of the short run consequences of that is not just that the number of states, but the actual number of buildings, the actual number of facilities in which an abortion legally can be provided in America has just shrunk radically. The number of legal abortion providers in America has today radically contracted. And that means the existing extant, still working abortion providers in this country now stand out more to the people who have been targeting them for decades. It means that the people from the terroristic side of the anti-abortion movement will now have a smaller number of higher profile targets to target. We should take that seriously. At a time when violence against abortion providers is already spiking, the providers who are now left in the states where it is not banned yet, those providers are facing a lot of changes. They're going to have to operate now with a higher volume of patients, people coming from further away, people therefore coming in later in their pregnancies, which means potentially more complicated procedures because of that. But they also are going to have to cope, on top of all that, they're going to have to cope with a higher threat environment than they are used to. Because the anti-abortion movement, feeling its oats, really does have an armed terrorist wing that shoots people. And that's been true for decades.
Mm-hmm.
It has never been more crucial to protect abortion providers.
She ain't lying about that.
Justice Thomas today in his concurrence spelled out the rights that he wants thrown out next beyond abortion. Now that they've taken care of Roe, he wants Griswold, Lawrence, and Obergefell, in his words, reconsidered, which means he wants them overthrown. Those three cases are about contraception, consensual sex between adults, and same-sex marriage, which means next on Clarence Thomas's list are to get rid of all of those things. If you are in a same-sex marriage, this may be the time to start thinking about duplicative legal arrangements to protect you and your spouse, your family, your kids, your property, your finances. If this court moves quickly on Justice Thomas's list of what rights they're going to abolish next, being in a same-sex marriage now means there is a target on you from this court, and this court has proven themselves to be absolutely unconstrained, not only by precedent, not only by consistency with their previous reasoning, but by any concern for public opinion. Take that seriously. Tactically, that notice from Justice Thomas today, lining up all of those other rights he's ready to get rid of now next, I believe that will have a practical effect on this political movement from which he and his colleagues have emerged. He's put out that list now of what they're going to go after next. He put it in writing in his concurrence today. Watch for action in response to that. Watch for people involved in this political movement to start teeing up cases to get them to Justice Thomas to get the job done. On marriage rights, watch for a county clerk somewhere to refuse a license to a couple trying to get married in order to start court proceedings that would put marriage back in front of this court. Watch for somebody who works at a health facility somewhere to refuse to process a prescription or an order for contraception, for an IUD, for the pill. And again, to start litigation, to start legal proceedings, which will eventually put access to contraception before this court. They have asked for it. The movement they come from will give them that. Watch for Texas or another Republican-controlled state to bring back its sodomy law, to control with whom you are allowed to have sex and how. They'll try to bring back that law. It will start legal proceedings that will eventually be designed to put sodomy laws back in front of this court. They have asked for it. The movement they come from will give them that opportunity. They are unconstrained in seeking to change the country in these ways. I mean, for them, the dam is burst. What do you see in their behavior that would give you any reason to believe that they see a reason to stop?
And the fear is real, family. The fear is real. Also, just gonna play this little 9-minute clip real fast because it's important. It's important to hear messages, especially serious ones. So, real quick, 9 minutes, 14 seconds, and I'm done.
Hulu Ad Manager is the easy way for businesses like yours to advertise on Hulu. Crazy. Think of it, your ads on Hulu, a platform with the best TV.
Oh shit. I just left Oakland. Usually I haul into the port. Container companies that load the ships. Well, when I got to Oakland, there was something very eerie. Remember when all the ships were stacked up and we couldn't get the shit off them?
Mm-hmm.
The ports are empty.
Mm-hmm.
There's no ships.
Mm-hmm.
They used to be jam-packed. So I went over to a, say, Pacific container company where I have a friend. He says he's going to be out of a job next week because Tyson and JBS will no longer be shipping meat to the port.
Mm-hmm.
Heads up, people. It's going to happen a lot quicker than you think.
Right quick, check this out. Today's video is sponsored by Liquid Gold Hair Growth Oil. And this is by Human Care Products. Now listen, I'm going to put all the information in the description. If you're looking for a product to help grow your hair back, people are seeing results within 14 days with daily use. Okay, so take a picture before and after to measure your growth.
Your
also
beard
go to
is
Human
tight.
Care Products LLC.com. Look, check the website out. Y'all know what we do, man. We push it out here, and it's all natural ingredients, okay? Hit the information in the description of this video and tap in.
What's happening, man? It's your boy Papa Duck back with another one, man. Listen, I've told y'all time after time, get prepared for this food shortage, get prepared for drastic change, get prepared for things that you ain't familiar with. And that's why I told y'all, if this trucker is telling you what's going on, truckers are one of the people that makes the world go round. Without truckers,
what I say, family? What I say?
That's why
the whole world
starts
starts when the transportation stops.
And they are telling you right now.
Tell you that's how you get in their motherfucking pockets,
there's no
man.
meat.
They told you, family. They told you, man. Brother, that beautiful beef footage back almost a year ago. Told y'all.
Crops that have been okay. Let me say this: if you saw my podcast, I told y'all, no one is talking about these factories that just burned up from the middle of nowhere. We're talking factory. We're talking at least over 10 big factories just burnt up out of nowhere, all back to back to back. Not just that. What about what happened in Mexico? All of a sudden, it just went to snowing and hailing and ruined all the crops there. Not just that. What about the farmers that the government paid 3 times over to
when
ruin
does it
their
snow
crops?
in Mexico?
If you're a farmer, or if you know a farmer, or know anything about this, talk about it in the comments so these people see that I'm not just talking. What about the 300 plus bulls? I think it was not bulls, but cows. I think it was over 1,000 cows in Kansas and throughout the area that just fell over and died out of nowhere. What about the milk shortage, the baby milk shortage? All this shit is not just happening just because.
Right.
And I'm telling y'all, get prepared.
Learn
how to fish.
About to be
Learn how to
motherfucking
grow your own
apocalypse time.
crops. Learn how to go against the HOA, because if you living in an HOA restricted area, which I hate HOA.
That motherfucker right here is gonna be marauding.
They're gonna try to stop you from not growing and
got
putting
motherfucking
gardens
shit. We gonna have shit to trade
in your backyard or wherever you at, or wherever the case may be.
Straight,
or if you live in an apartment,
marauding. I got 7 good kills in me, man.
All this shit, they all work together. See, that's why I be trying to tell people.
Should be crazy.
As long as you being controlled by another group of people, your life ain't gonna change. That's why I don't speak about teaming up with none political. Oh man, we'll just go down here and vote. No, fuck that.
Fuck that.
I don't even want to play that whole song and dance. I ain't got time for that. Them people is not there to help you. You're gonna never hear me say, let's just team up with some politicians and I'm not for none of that shit. I'm for us. I never speak on that. You'll never hear me say I tell you to go to your city hall meeting so you'll know what's going on in your neighborhood. I ain't telling you to get with no politicians or I ain't telling you to get with none of them people, because I know that whole game is set up for everything that's going on to go on.
They set my baby up for failure.
For them, according to their agenda. It's moving right along, just how they planned it. So when you try to team up with us, with this person in politics, and you trying to go,
we just gotta keep hope for life, man. It's vote for tangibles.
Who in the hell counting them votes? How you know what vote went in?
This is a good point, baby. I'm just
all
saying.
I'm telling y'all is this: get prepared for this food shortage. Get prepared for whatever drastic change that's going to happen.
Marauding and
you're gonna get your nails dirty, women.
Yeah,
you're gonna get your nails dirty. You
about
get what
to
I'm
be
saying?
Crazy up here.
I'm from Belgrade. We done been skinning rabbits and skinning coons and goddamn fish all my life. So a lot of people that's from those type of areas gonna be fine.
Everything gonna be eaten, man.
We're not gonna just freak out at the sight of blood.
Yeah, nah.
And that's just like I say, man.
No,
people that got growing hands,
growing up in
that know how to grow, they gonna be okay.
Eat frogs.
But I'm just talking about the city folks, and I ain't just saying all city folks, but y'all get what I'm saying. People that's more like in the city life and they're not used to that type of stuff. You might want to start getting used to it. You might want to start stocking up on medical books or anything about medical issues, how to clean wounds and just simple shit. Because I'm telling you, man, something to go down.
Call me the doctor right here.
Something to go down real crazy. And like I say, you just want to be prepared.
I'll just tell you like this.
That's all I'm saying.
This motherfucker got mad outdoor living experience.
These people are not in the business to make your life better. They're not going to warn you for nothing.
Outside, I got mad lived experience.
Some people say they heard them levees blow. They heard the bombs go off. All them people died.
I'm telling you, man.
See, when they move them animals out of the way, when they go to the follow that when the zoo,
and
we gotta get these animals out of here. You gotta get your ass out of there too.
Has a by any means necessary
But for
type
the
of
most
attitude.
part,
So
we
I'm
need
gonna
to
be
find
okay.
another solution on how to get our information.
I think if you
Turn
rock it
the
over here,
motherfucking
you gonna be
news
all
off.
right
Them
too.
people don't know what the fuck they talking about. Everything that come out their mouth is to control you.
Mm-hmm.
If you ain't figured that out by now, you're gonna continue to be controlled. The TV, the radio, all that shit, these big companies own Fox and CNN and all. Get rid of all that shit. This is why we need our own news. This is why we need our own newspapers, so that we can inform people on what's really going on. Cause they not gonna do it.
Mm-mm.
But okay, I gotta go. I just want to drop that on y'all right quick. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go right quick. Got some stuff I need to handle. I want to drop that on y'all right quick. Start getting y'all mind geared to what's about to happen. So save up much as you can. Learn how to do stuff on your own. Be more self-sufficient. Understand how to capture rainwater. All these different survival tactics and shit like that, man. Start
Me and
implementing
Jesse
stuff in
got
your
this
life,
shit
bro.
on
For these
lock,
folks
but
who we put, I ain't gonna say we put, but these folks who want to control every fucking thing and tell us what they do, what we can and can't do, they got us in this predicament. They got us used to going to the grocery store, going to the restaurant, doing stuff that they want us to do, and not doing stuff that we should be able to do or do for ourselves. They don't want you to do nothing that's self-sufficient, because if you're self-sufficient, you can cut them clean out.
Mm-hmm.
Common sense. So with that being said, man, I just trying to give y'all a fair warning on what's coming. And
time, man, I was already ready. My mental is ready. Babe, thoughts? You still with me?
Yeah, I'm still with you. My thoughts are, brother's right on.
Tell you, man, I got 7 good kills in me. Right here, the motherfucker mad lived outdoor experience, mad life experience. My heart bit itself for a minute. So I already know about all kind of outdoor eateries, outdoor eating. Man, it's gonna be all right. And my mindset is already by any means necessary. I got 7 good kills, maybe 2 good tussles in me, and the rest is marauding, claimed, taking it. Fuck you, come get it. Just can't use no stove. Be cooking with seasonings. You gonna get us killed. Me, you can't go nowhere because we're gonna be arguing. You try to be quiet. You be over there with the semantics, and I'll be like, I'm gonna get all reactionary. Next thing you know, we're gonna be fighting off motherfucking white people and zombies and motherfucking white people. Yeah, I'm motherfucking off with your head. You know what I mean? Motherfucking digging under trees and shit. Be kicking it, man. I mean, my fucking visual do-it-yourself fucking shelter type shit is on point right now. Like, I'm ready.
Yeah, they call
it
DIY.
Huh?
They call it DIY.
Yeah, do it yourself, man. I saw this little Burmese lady build a motherfucking whole shelter under a tree. You didn't even know it was there. She went and shaved up some motherfucking grass and shit, laid it out. She was over there cooking motherfucking pineapple, motherfucking chili pepper kebabs, little pieces of meat and shit. You didn't see nothing but a little motherfucking smoke coming out the bottom of the tree. I'm like, man, she wants to go to the field, go to the restroom. She had a whole little thing about motherfucking light. I was like, look, I would have did this better with the candles to keep this shit warm. Ask this motherfucker I could make a whole fucking room warm up with a tea light and like 2 squares of toilet paper. The whole room gonna be warm. I motherfucker living up in a fucking tent for 5 fucking years on the sidewalk. Ask me, I know. Shit, I'm ready. Like, I'm ready. I got my motherfucking stick, man. Touch you and your motherfucking friend. Man, not to mention my machete game good. I don't need no motherfucking pistol. I got a stick, fucking machete, and mad motherfucking inventive motherfucking skill sets. Dude, I'm a fucking survivor. I can make it anywhere. Shh. You're gonna have a hard time fucking bumping me off like that. You hear me? Hell nah. You go come get what? I'm gonna have trade shit for trading. Man, it's gonna be fucking crucial. You know, the top fucking things to trade will be water, toilet paper, liquor, cigarettes, anything that starts flames, candles, you hear me? Gasoline. For those fancy motherfuckers that, have, fancy shit. Like, what is this called? What is it called? Generators and shit. You fucking up.
Yeah, backup
Fucking up.
generators.
Yeah, you fucking up with a generator and come time for this type of shit. Nah, man, even so, my motherfucking siphon is I'm not living my whole motherfucking life being outside, being bad, is not learning no motherfucking skill sets. You ain't motherfucking siphon out your gas, man. Be kicking in your door, creeping in your house. You ain't like it would be like The Walking Dead, Brandy 2.0. Like you ain't like just be creeping up over there, motherfucking capture me, motherfuckers. I might even get me a lion. I don't know. Fuck. The zoo's gonna be open for fucking
Get a
pets.
damn hyena.
Hyenas are tight, man. You see the motherfucking Africans that got that do all the voodoo, and they got the motherfucking bamboo, the bamboo baboons. Excuse me, family.
Baboon.
Baboons and hyenas and snakes, and they got them all charmed. They got motherfucking
Yeah, that's what
hyenas. They got motherfucking hyenas wearing sweatshirts and t-shirts and shit. They got motherfucking little Nigerian dudes riding the motherfucking hyena all through the city, collecting money and shit.
Yeah, that's what Marais is living in Kenya, and that's what he sees every single day.
I'm fucking hyena. I don't know, man. The hyenas be making them loud ass laughing, kind of screaming type shit. They're a little loud. I don't know, man. They talk too much. they're too vocal. I want an animal that's quiet, like a big cat, like a big
Like
quiet.
a panther.
Yeah, or tiger,
Jaguar.
puma.
Puma.
Yeah, something quiet. Man, you can give me a wolf. I don't know. They're big. They grow up to like I'm only 5 foot tall, so I saw a natural wolf. It come up to my chest. That might be tight too. Either way, I ain't worried about it because when all hell breaks loose, the zoo gonna be open. So I'm just gonna go in there with a whole bunch of meat and fruit and salt, sugar cubes. See what I can fucking coerce out of there. You know what I mean? But seriously, if I walk out of there with my favorite animal, if I walk out of there with a motherfucking orangutan, the motherfuckers got hands, they're strong, they will choke the life out of you, drag you down the street. Motherfuckers that's my favorite animal. Imagine a motherfucking orangutan get his motherfucking big ass hands on you, long ass motherfucking arms, and just shake you and just yeah, like whatever, bitch. Yeah. Or a fucking gorilla or something tight like that. You're like, man, there's so many animals in there. The options are endless. Yeah. All you need is some fucking fruit, some fucking your little alpha skills on dominance. Shh. Man, you should saw 2 days ago. 2 days ago. I could have had 2 pit bulls just in this park. Fucking thing. They were like, man, in submission, it's a meeting. That's it. I don't even talk. I'm like, and I do that to dogs. I do that to people ask about it in the street. They tell you, motherfucker, I pay tax and do repos. Yeah, like, oh, nah. What? No. Don't let anything tell me no or anything tell me some shit. Yeah, right. Right. They don't even let people talk to me like that. You think I'll let a dog walk all over me? Hell no. And then I have to listen to my what you gonna feed it? And, you know they charge. I'm like, God, they're fucking raining on my parade. There's like 3 or 4 fucking it's all I swear to God, man. Just could got on that motherfucking adoption thing for $5. They kicking motherfucking dogs out in the street like left and right, and then motherfuckers get them, and then they kick them right back out in the street. I'm just waiting for the loose ones to like be roaming around the sidewalk. I'll be like, don't let me find no rope. It'll be a wrap. It's my brother. And my brother, my dog game is still tight. Damn. I think we got most of our pets that was younger, just hot dogs. You know what I mean? And twine. Hot dogs and twine. Had a new dog. You know what I mean? Crazy. I don't think I'm gonna have a hard time. I really don't think I'm gonna have a hard time when all hell breaks loose and it's apocalypse time. That's what I'm gonna call it, apocalypse time. When I'm out there marauding, looting. You can't even tell me I'm gonna loot everything. Instead of trading off gallons of water and shit, just all kind of random, just do random shit. It might come off with a pet and a couple hostages. I might take a couple hostages too. You know, motherfucker. What if the pandemic? What if it's like The Walking Dead? I'm gonna go. I need examples. You know, like old girl, The Walking Dead. You know, she had two armless motherfucking zombies chained up with her, and she's just mobbing the land. You know what I mean? I'm gonna convert everything to solar and lunar. It's a wrap. I'm telling you, I'm still every motherfucking car I think got gas in it. You know, I'm just on the highway, just bumper car in it and shit. You know, I'm trying to get out. Like I'm trying to feel like Will Smith. You know what I mean? Crazy. All right, enough jokes. All right, well, final thoughts before I close out the show.
My final thoughts is keep your head on a swivel, Black family, and demand your tangibles from these politicians, including myself, who are running for office and who are seeking your vote. If you don't have to get ready, stay ready, Black family. Something heavy is coming up on the horizon, so get prepared. If you don't, what's the word? I can't remember it now.
You won't have to get ready if you're already ready. You don't have to get ready if you stay ready.
Right.
It's true.
Stay ready, you ain't got to get ready.
Right.
And yeah, check us out on Frontline Black News tonight at 10 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Episode 15, season 2, episode 15 of Frontline Black News. Make sure you check us out. And check us out on frontlinecampaign.org. Peace, love, light, Black empowerment.
And let's see. I always stay black and dangerous. Don't accept no wooden nickels. And if you're not fighting racism, white supremacy, you ain't doing shit. So keep in mind that we are at war, family. We are really at war. So much has happened, so it's only going to get more critical. And now with all this political shit going on too, it's just about to get more dangerous. You need to stay safe and protect yourselves. Protect your babies, protect your men, and definitely look out for your Black women. For sure. Don't sleep on that. And stay tuned for 10 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. It's going to be me, Che, and probably Shabaka, doing the Frontline Black News, which is our regular scheduled programming. So stay tuned for all that. And tomorrow, if you're in Denver, please come out to Park Hill so you can talk it up with Mr. Denver Black Tangibles. Black Denver Tangibles. How did I say it? I wrote it out. But yeah, tomorrow's his meet and greet, so should be a pretty entertaining day. So thank you for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. And as always, stay black, stay dangerous, black power. And I'm gonna end it here shortly. So let me go ahead and end it. Normally I have a fucking theme song, but I think I'm just gonna end it right here. Anyway, thanks for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. Peace.